Her body took care of that decision with a loud, uncontrollable sneeze. "Who's there?" Miranda demanded, her voice edgy but calm. "Please show yourself. I've had a very difficult day and I'm not in the mood for playing games." Jane pushed the cover off her head. The interior of the carriage was very dark, but she could see Miranda quite clearly, and the expression on her face terrified her. "Just me," she said brightly, sneezing again, and she climbed onto the seat next to her dearest friend. "So, are we being abducted?" Miranda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did both, hauling Jane into her arms and then giving her a shake. "You idiot! It's bad enough that I made a thorough mess of things. I didn't want to destroy your life as well." "We're best friends," Jane said with barely a tremor, "and I haven't noticed that your life has been destroyed." Miranda shook her head, leaning back against the squabs. "It is now." Jane was doing her best to look fearless and failing, and Miranda realized it was up to her to calm her fears. "What in heaven's name made you come here? You sound like you should be home in bed, not chasing after me. And why did you hide in the carriage?" "I had every intention of marching right up to the front door and demanding to see you," she said, her voice wobbling slightly. "But at the last minute I panicked and hid in the carriage. You know what a coward I am. As for what made me do it, Brandon. He came home acting like a bear with a sore paw, and I decided it was better to sneak out and see what was keeping you than have him start badgering me." Miranda thought fast. The last thing she wanted to do was bring Jane into this horrific mess she'd brought upon herself. "We need to get you home before we go much farther," she said, leaning forward to rap on the roof of the coach. "As long as you come with me." Miranda shook her head. "I'm afraid not. I'm eloping, dearest, and much as I love you, I really don't want you on my honeymoon." She thought she'd done a credible job of it, but Jane was giving her a peculiar look. "Miranda, you've always been my dearest friend, but you've never been a terribly good liar, and it's a waste of time trying that with me. I know you too well. What in the world is going on?" "I'm in love." She tried not to choke on the vile words. "Surely that comes as no surprise. I've been obsessed with the man since he first rescued me after my accident." Her voice sounded strained even to her own ears, and she leaned forward and rapped on the roof again, doing her best to look properly besotted when she was vibrating with anger and pain. No response, of course. The driver would have orders to ignore her. Miranda sank back against the seat. They were moving swiftly, and in no time they'd be past the limits of town, though in which direction she could only guess. Jane was looking at her doubtfully. "He said something to you about fighting." Bloody hell, Miranda thought. At that point, she'd lost the ability to judge. She had absolutely no idea how terrible Lucien de Malheur was capable of being. If he'd been willing to risk a stranger's life in a carriage accident, if he would murder her younger brother in cold blood, then there was no guarantee that Jane would be safe anywhere around him. The safest route was to lie to her, and keep lying. Surely she could manage. "We have a tendency to argue," she said in brisk tones. "It's nothing you need to worry about. I'm hardly likely to be abducted twice in one lifetime. Trust me, I want to be with Lucien. I'm simply worried about you. As soon as we stop to change horses, we'll make arrangements for you to travel back to London, none the worse for wear. You shouldn't be out and about when you're sick, dearest Jane. I can't imagine what possessed you to come out after me." "Can't you?" Jane said, sounding absurdly brave. Miranda sighed. She should have known she'd drag others down with her. She simply had to make sure Jane was left in good hands before they continued onward. I love you too, and Lucian will take care of things when we stop. In the meantime, we may as well make the best of it. I expect I won't be visiting London for quite a while, so we need to enjoy our time together. But Miranda, my wedding is only 3 months away. You were to be my maid of honour. Now I suppose my matron of honour. We'll have lots of time then, won't we? She was looking worried again. Assuming you don't run off with your brigand in the meantime, Miranda said in a light, teasing voice. Jane frowned. I'm no longer finding the memory quite so delightful. It really was quite shocking of me to enjoy it so, wasn't it? Quite shocking. And perfectly understandable. Don't worry, love. Mr. Bothwell need never find out anything about it. You'll be counting yourself lucky to have made such a close escape. Jane's small, cold hand slipped into Miranda's. Are you certain you know what you're doing, Miranda? Quite, she said firmly, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Perhaps practice made perfect in the art of lying. At least the Earl made certain his hostages travelled in style. The coach was magnificent, well sprung, with warm bricks, several magnificent throws, pillows, a basket of food and wine. Poor Jane was feeling more and more miserable, and Miranda would have soon eaten snakes than touched anything provided by her host, so they simply curled up together under the shared blankets and talked, not about the present or the future, but about the past and the happiness of shared childhoods and doting parents. Jane drifted off to sleep first, and slowly, Miranda forced herself to release her fury enough to get some rest herself. She awoke with a start, a bright light momentarily blinding her, and she realized the coach had come to a stop and someone was standing in the open door of the carriage. What have we here? Lucian's voice was silken. Did we pick up an uninvited passenger along the way? Miranda could feel the fear that swept through her friend, and she put a protective arm around her. Lord Rochdale, I believe you are acquainted with my dear friend Jane, are you not? Indeed, he said gravely, though she could sense the damnable amusement in his voice. Though I scarcely expected to renew my acquaintance under these circumstances, I've bespoken a room and a meal while we change horses. Why don't we continue this conversation by the fire? He held out a hand to her, and there was a mocking light in his eyes. To continue any hope of keeping Jane ignorant of the true basis of this marriage, she had no choice but to accept his hand, letting him lift her down onto the ground, bypassing the steps entirely. For a moment she swayed, automatically reaching for Lucian, and then she drew her hand back swiftly, using the carriage for momentary support rather than willingly touch him again. Unfortunately, he was already seeing to Jane and couldn't appreciate her cold reaction. And then she stopped thinking about him entirely when she saw the pinched, miserable expression on Jane's piquant face, and her anger toward the man flared up once more. He didn't relinquish Jane's arm, and in truth it didn't look as if she would have made the trip across the cobbled stable-yard without his support. He didn't look back at Miranda, leaving her to follow in their wake, and at least then some of her anger dissipated. Jane must be taken care of first. Once she was dealt with, there would be time enough to figure a way out of this mess. Because there had to be a way out. If he thought she would simply acquiesce, then he had very little notion of who she really was. The first thing she had to do was forestall the wedding. A stomach complaint would do to begin with, and then anything else she could come up with, as long as Jane was safe. The inn was small but neat, and she followed the two of them into the private dining room, glancing about her curiously as Lucian settled Jane into a chair by the fire. He glanced back at Miranda. "I imagine you both will wish to refresh yourself before we eat, but I'm afraid my curiosity will not withstand another minute. Why are you here, Miss Paget?" "She didn't realize we were eloping," Miranda spoke up. "She was concerned about my reputation and thought to accompany me." He had an ironic expression on his face. "Alas, I'm afraid I prefer my honeymoons à deux." "I'm certain you do. For some untoward reason, the driver ignored my attempts to gain his attention. We will simply have to turn around and go back to London at once." "Will we?" Why had she ever thought his smile to be charming? It didn't meet his cool, pale eyes. "Jane," Miranda said in a firm voice, "why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit while I have a conversation with my affianced husband?" "Oh dear," Lucian said with a note of laughter in his voice. "Are we about to have our first quarrel, love? By all means, Miss Paget, go and make yourself comfortable while Miranda and I come to blows." Jane didn't move, bravely stubborn for the first time in her life. "I don't think—" "Go ahead, Jane," Miranda said firmly. "Leave this to me." He waited until Jane had left the room, then sank down gracefully on the recently abandoned chair. Miranda stood by the fire, rigid with fury and fear, but he simply nested his fingers and prepared to give her his full attention. "You can't do this," she said. "Don't be tiresome. I can do anything I please. Indeed, it's a shame your friends are equally as headstrong as you are. But that is scarcely my concern." "She's not headstrong at all. She's very timid, and right now she's terrified. You need to send her back home. It's one thing to run off with me. My reputation is already in shreds, and you have some misguided reason for taking out your anger on me. So be it. Jane is an innocent, and her family will hardly let you get away with this." "I hesitate to correct you, but you are wrong on several counts. One, I have no anger toward you. You're simply a means to an end, and quite a delicious one. As for Miss Paget, I will have a doctor see her before we continue on our journey to set your mind at ease, and then I will have her write a letter to her family telling them she chose to accompany you on your bride trip. My family won't believe it." "I don't expect them to, but they're unlikely to frighten Miss Paget's family. Now why don't you come over here and sit?" "I'm not coming anywhere near you." He shouldn't have been able to move that swiftly. She didn't even see his cane anywhere near him. At one moment she was stiff and defiant. In the next he'd crossed the room, scooped her up and carried her back to the chair, sinking down with her imprisoned in his arms. Without thinking, she fought back, and he tightened his grip, painfully, so that her struggles abated, and she held very still. "That's better. Once you cease fighting, I think you'll realize we'll do quite well together. Once I cease fighting, you'll lose interest in me." He laughed. "That is always a possibility. In which case, why keep fighting me? Or do you want me to lust after you?" In a day full of shocks, he'd somehow managed to shock her further. The thought that he might actually desire her was so bizarre that it had never occurred to her. She jerked her head to look at him, startled, and he laughed at her astonishment. "Why in the world does that surprise you, my pet? I would hardly decide to marry you if I didn't want you. There are any number of ways this particular game could play out. I happen to prefer it in my bed." She managed to recover from her shock. "God knows why," she said. "I'm no great beauty. I'm no longer innocent, and I have it on the word of an accomplished rake that my skills in the bedchamber are lacking." "Now you're fishing for compliments." His grip had loosened, marginally, and she wondered if she could take him off guard, as she had Christopher St. John so long ago. But then she could hardly run. For one thing, Jane was upstairs, and she couldn't leave her behind. For another, she had not the faintest idea where they were, how far from London they'd travelled. Until she discovered that much, any escape plan would be a waste of time. "I'm not particularly concerned about your skill in bed," he continued. "I have more than enough for both of us. To make up for my appearance, I'm quite adept at performance, and you'll get the way of it before long." "Now who is fishing for compliments?" she shot back. She'd managed to surprise him. "Don't be ridiculous. You're a very pretty child, if not perhaps a flamboyant beauty, whereas I'm an ugly brute with the soul to match." "Don't be ridiculous," she mocked him. "Your soul may be the epitome of putrescent decay, but apart from minor scarring, you know perfectly well that you are quite decadently appealing." His pale eyes widened, and then he exploded in laughter. "I don't know which enchants me more, putrescent decay or decadently appealing. You can't decide whether to insult me or flatter me into releasing you. In honor of your fighting spirit, I'll make a wager, my pet. I'll offer you a chance of escape." He meant it. She held her breath. "Anything you choose. It's quite simple. We have yet to seal this devil's bargain with a kiss. If you can let me kiss you, and not respond in any way, then I'll send you home with your friend, leave your brothers in peace, and do my best to ruin your family financially. That will require more effort, but I'm more than capable of succeeding. What do you say to that?" The tight knot of fear that had lodged beneath her breastbone loosened at his light words. "That's too easy. I'm not certain I trust you to keep your word." "Again more insults," he said with a sigh. "I swear on my sister's soul that if you do not kiss me back, I will release you. Immediately." At that, she believed him. "Yes," she said immediately, her eyes glowing. "Oh, most definitely yes. Though I fail to see why you're giving up so easily." "I'm not giving up. I'm winning." Tucking one long finger beneath her stubborn chin, he drew her face up to his. She looked into his pale eyes and felt the first trickle of misgivings. This was impossible, wasn't it? He ran his thumb across her lips, pulling them apart, and then he settled his mouth against hers. Chapter 10. This was going to be so easy, Miranda thought, the moment his mouth touched hers. She'd never been fond of kissing. At least, not when it didn't involve young babies or family members, and this was a wager she was preordained to win. She'd gone from defeat to certain victory, and she held very still, waiting for him to be done with it. She expected brutality. She expected force. She didn't expect the feather-light brush of his mouth against hers, a whisper of a touch. His hand cupped her chin, holding her loosely, knowing she couldn't pull away, and he moved his mouth to the side of her cheek, his warm breath in her ear, down the line of her jaw. And she squirmed, and realized she was sitting on his lap, his arms around her, and she was no longer a virgin. She knew exactly what was beneath her bum, hard and growing harder, and she told herself it was one more reminder of how little she liked any of this. But his mouth tickled her eyelids, closing them, and she felt an odd little shiver dance down her spine, and she squirmed again. And he grew harder. He moved his other hand up to the back of her neck, his fingers playing gently with her hair as it was coming loose, barely grazing the skin. His mouth brushed her temple, then moved down the other side of her face. He brought his other hand down to cradle her throat, stroking gently, and he pressed his mouth against her pulse, which for some strange reason was pounding. "I thought you were just going to kiss me," she said in a tight voice. "Hush," he whispered against her skin. "I'm taking my time. You're not an easy conquest." She was tempted to bite him, but she resisted. "I'm not a conquest at all," she started to say, but he covered her lips with his long fingers, silencing her. "If you're impervious, then you can be patient." He slid his hand down to the high neckline of her dress, and she felt a button pop open, and then another. She preferred dresses she could get herself in and out of. She hated being at the mercy of a lady's maid, but he was having far too easy a time unfastening the top of her dress. "I don't—" He silenced her by covering her mouth again, and his lips were soft, damp, brushing against hers. And if he were any other man, she thought she might even enjoy it. He hadn't lied. He knew how to kiss, a great deal better than Christopher St. John, and she could feel an uncomfortable warmth between her legs. She tried to harden her mouth, but he caught her chin again. "That's cheating," he admonished her. She wondered if he'd use his tongue. That would guarantee her disgust, she told herself. No one had ever kissed her that way. Jane had insisted it was wonderful, but Miranda took leave to doubt it. Nothing this man did to her would bring her pleasure. Not when his hand pushed open the front of her dress, baring her skin, the tops of her breasts, to the warmth of the fire, the warmth of his hand. Not when he slid his fingers inside her chemise, cupping her small bare breast. But when she felt her nipple harden against them, she felt that unfamiliar heat build. She tried to move. "I really don't think you should do that, my dove. I failed to bring my valet, and I must confess I'm at about the limit of my self-control. I would certainly hate to embarrass myself before I claimed victory, and I don't have many changes of clothes." It took her a moment to realize what he was talking about, and she froze. "Kiss me and get it over with," she said, ignoring the fact that she wanted to press down against him. She wanted to slide her fingers through his long dark hair. "Then open your mouth for me, darling." His tongue was a shock. Its intimacy astonishing, considering he was pressing her bare breast against his fingers. She held utterly still as he tasted her, with deep, sensuous thrusts that should have reminded her of the unpleasantness of mating, but instead only turned the heat to dampness, and her other breast pebbled against the cloth, wanting his hand, wanting his mouth, as he kissed her with such slow, deep deliberation that she closed her eyes and let her head sink back against the support of his long, stroking fingers. Jane was right. The touch of a man's tongue was intimate and arousing, and she had never known this. She didn't want to think any more. Her body was on fire, and she wanted more of this decadent sweetness. She couldn't have it, she told herself dazedly. If she was to win this battle, she needed to stay cold, reserved. But how could she do that when she was burning from the inside out? She wasn't even aware of raising her arms to slide them around his neck, to cradle his head as her tongue reached out for his, and she was lost. He put his hands on her legs, lifted her, and swung her around so that she was astride him, her skirts up high around her thighs, and he was pressing her against his erection, pressing that damp, aching part of her against the hardness that she despised, and she made a soft moaning sound as he rubbed against her. His hand slid down beneath her skirts, touching her, and this time she tried to pull away, but his arm held her fast, and in truth she didn't want to escape. She wanted his hand on her dampness, his long fingers parting the secret folds of her body, and when his thumb brushed against her, she jerked as a rush of pleasure washed through her, and for once in her life she wanted more. He stopped. They stared at each other for a long, frozen moment. And then he pulled his hand away, swung her back around, and settled her skirts down around her legs, as if nothing had happened. His eyes were narrow slits in the candle-lit room, and she could feel his heart pounding against her, his breath slightly labored. "I won," he said plainly. "You're wet. Even in this heated room your nipples are hard. And you kissed me back." She pulled out of his arms, stumbling across the room and collapsing in a chair. She was shocked that her shaking legs had carried her that far. "You're disgusting, and I didn't kiss you back." "Your tongue was in my mouth, precious." He sounded bored. He reached down and adjusted himself, drawing her eyes to the part she didn't want to think about. "No one forced you to do that. You were aroused, and in another minute I would have had you in that chair. I do promise to make up for it eventually. We have any number of excellent chairs in my house upon which to experiment." She couldn't find the words. She'd wagered and lost, though she couldn't quite believe it. In truth, her skin still longed for his touch, her mouth for his kiss. Perhaps he'd drugged her. Perhaps she'd gone mad. It didn't matter. She had lost. She realized then that her dress was gaping open, and she swiftly began to button it again. "It is a great deal unfortunate that I didn't wear something a bit more difficult for you to deal with," she said in what she hoped was an icy voice. She couldn't ignore the raw undertone to it. "My precious, I could get you out of full court dress in seconds flat if I so desired," he said, pouring himself a glass of wine. It was as if those hot, fevered moments in the chair hadn't existed. If she hadn't felt the evidence of his arousal, she would have thought this was all a game to him. "But I think we'll wait to consummate our grand passion until we're legally wed. In the meantime, we still have the problem of your friend. And I must confess, I've never found threesomes to be particularly satisfying. I do a much better job concentrating on one woman at a time." How did he still manage to shock her, she wondered. "She's sick. Send her back home with an escort," she said, then paused. "Do that much for me." "But, darling Miranda, have I ever expressed any desire to do anything for you?" he said mildly. "It would make life easier for you. And have I ever expressed an interest in doing things the easy way? If I preferred simple efficiency, I would have killed your brother Benedict the moment I arrived in England. He was lucky I was in the tropics when my sister died. It gave me time for my initial rage to pass, and for me to come up with a plan." She stared at him, hating the fact that her breasts still tingled and she wanted to rub them against him. She kept her hands fisted in her lap. "I made a very great mistake with Christopher St. John," she said. "I didn't fight him. I knew he was going to bed me, and there was no way I could stop him, so I didn't struggle. Not until later, when I couldn't stand it anymore. That's not going to happen this time. I won't lie down for you, and I won't let you rape me." "Haven't I just demonstrated that it won't be rape?" He almost purred the words. "Don't worry. Your non-virginal body is safe from me for the time being. When I take you the first time, I intend to do a proper job of it. You've only had a taste of what I can do." She wanted to cry. He'd taken unfair advantage. He knew far more about women's bodies than she did, even though she lived in one. He knew how to touch and wear, how to kiss, how to arouse, when she had been so certain she'd be impervious. She pulled together what little dignity she had left. "Are we continuing our journey tonight?" "We are. I will be joining you and Miss Paget in the carriage. My leg is beginning to pain me, and I prefer to begin my wedded life in good health. Don't worry, precious. I won't tell Miss Paget that I almost made you climax." Nearly anything could be used as a weapon. But there was nothing around for her. He rose, and she realized he'd left his walking stick behind. He favored one leg, but he still managed to move with a sinuous grace that belied his usual appearance. "Just how bad is your leg? You're scarcely as crippled as you pretend." "You'll find, my sweet, that little about me is as it appears. I broke my leg when I was younger, and it was set badly. I don't let it trouble me." "Then why don't you continue the journey on horseback?" "Because I don't wish to," he said in the softest, sweetest voice. "Accept it, Miranda. You lost the wager, and you're wasting time fighting me." "It's not in my nature to give up." He had come even with her, and he paused, looking down at her. "And that's why you're so irresistible," he said. Lucian walked out into the cool night air, breathing deeply. It was astonishing how much Miranda Rohan aroused him. His hands were shaking with the need to touch her, and controlling himself a few minutes ago had required more strength than he knew he had. He should have just taken her. She was no shy virgin. She could thank Christopher St. John for his bungled part in that. She had rubbed against him, instinctively, helplessly, as he kissed her, and she was wet with longing. It would have taken a moment to release himself, and he could have plunged up into her, burying himself in her welcoming heat, holding her hips as he bucked and fucked and lost himself. Bloody hell. He had to stop thinking about it. He couldn't walk around with a perpetual hard-on, and yet there was something wickedly enjoyable about being physically aroused and anticipating Miranda's eventual surrender. Tonight had been a delicious taste of it. There was an old saying, "Revenge is a dish that is best served cold." Who would have thought his revenge would be so deliciously hot and yielding? Jane Paget was a complication, but one he could deal with. Right now he was bone-tired and ready to sleep in his expensive carriage. It was a long way to go, up into the Lake District, to his secluded home by Ripton Waters, but once they reached it, he could count on time to complete the coup de grace of this particular revenge. For now, he was ready to rest. Miranda climbed back into the carriage, stifling her instinctive moan. No matter how comfortable a carriage, how gifted and smooth a driver, being cramped up in a small space for so long made her bones ache. Jane was already curled up in one corner, her sweet face creased with misery, her nose and eyes red. She'd finally realized just what a mess she was in, and there was nothing Miranda could do to reassure her. She took her hand and squeezed it as she took the seat beside her, and Jane managed a weak smile in return, until the carriage dipped slightly, and Lucian climbed in, taking the seat opposite them and stretching out his long legs with a sigh. The door was closed, plunging them into darkness, and a moment later they were moving once more. "Miranda, my love," his voice came through the darkness like a seductive snake. "Come join me and give your dear friend more room. I'm quite fine where I am. But I'm not." With luck, Jane wouldn't recognize the hint of steel in his voice. She wanted to continue the charade that this was a voluntary elopement for as long as possible, and refusing would be to call his bluff. With an audible sigh, she rose, just as the carriage hit a stone, tossing her against Lucian. He caught her easily, and even in the darkness she could see a glint of his smile. That's one of the many things I love about you, my darling. Your reluctance and your enthusiasm. He settled her onto the seat next to him, his arm around her shoulder, clamping her body against his heat pouring through her. "That's right," he whispered in her ear. And then, to her shock, he bit it, not hard, catching the lobe between his teeth lightly, and she jerked in reaction. Thank God Jane couldn't see what he'd done. "Miss Paget, are you comfortable?" he asked, all solicitude, as he pulled the capacious fur throw over them. "Yes, thank you," Jane said sleepily. Jane was looking decidedly unwell, and Miranda had the uncharitable wish that Jane's stomach would erupt as well. "Please, Jane, cast up your accounts all over his elegant Hessian boots." Jane sniffled, coughing a little, but the ride was smooth enough to keep nausea at bay. She would be asleep in moments, Miranda thought, and that was all for the best. Perhaps she could induce nausea of her own. She could think back to Christopher's hands on her, the ugliness of his member, the pain of his penetration, the sheer awfulness of lying beneath his naked, hairy, sweating body as he pumped away at her. But unbidden came the memory of Lucian's erection, planted at the juncture of her thighs, and even through the layers of clothes he seemed substantially bigger than her erstwhile lover. Christopher had hurt her. Lucian would tear her apart. What in God's name was she going to do? "Stop twitching," he murmured sleepily in the ear he'd just nipped. "We've got a long way to go, and I, for one, would like to pass some of it in sleep." "What about Jane?" she fretted. "She's already asleep, and it's clearly nothing more than a slight cold. I've sent word to her family that she's accompanying you on a visit to a dear friend, and will return in a few days. It should set their minds at ease, at least for a time. They'll be terrified. Jane and I always had the capacity for getting into trouble. Then when the truth comes out, they won't be that surprised." He pressed her head against his shoulder, and while she wanted to pull away, she knew he'd simply force her, and in truth it settled there quite comfortably. "Go to sleep, my angel. It will give you strength to fight me in the morning." And with that sage advice, she did. Chapter 11. She dreamed, of course. Curled up beside her enemy, she dreamed of Christopher St. John, his handsome face with its weak chin and his ugly hands. He was chasing her through a forest, and she was naked, nothing but her hip-length hair as covering. And as she ran, she tried to pick leaves to hide her nakedness, but they fell off and she kept running, towards some mysterious safety in the distance. She could feel Christopher gaining on her, smell the ugly sweat smell of his body, and she knew his thick hands were reaching out for her, catching her hair with a painful yank, and then suddenly she was free, hurtling forward against safety, a warm body with arms that enclosed her. He smelled of leather and spices and warm male skin that was a far cry from Christopher's foul odor, and she looked up with love into Lucian's scarred face. Her eyes flew open in shock, wide awake. He was asleep beside her, thankfully unaware of her insane dreams, and his arm was loose around her. She tried to edge away, certain he slept on, but his short, sharp "don't" disabused her of that notion. "I need to stretch," she whispered, "and I want to check on Jane." He moved his arm then, releasing her, but she had no illusions that it would be more than a brief respite. Her eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, and Jane was curled up on the opposite seat, a lump in the shadows. She reached over and touched her forehead, careful not to wake her. It was blessedly cool. She had no fever, despite her sniffles. She glanced instinctively toward the door. She couldn't leave Jane. They were travelling too fast for her to attempt a leap to freedom. She sat back on the seat, reluctantly accepting her fate. For now. Why do you think I brought your friend along and didn't send her straight back to town? Lucian said in a soft voice that wouldn't disturb Jane. You can hardly try to escape as long as she's with me. Indeed, I'm aware of the closeness of your two families. If you ran off and left her with me, I suppose I could make do with her. It might serve as an adequate revenge. If you touch her, I'll cut off your hands, Miranda said fiercely. He laughed. In truth, it's you I want to touch, my precious. I'm simply a practical man who'll make do with what I have to in order to attain my ends. You have no idea just how ruthless I can be. I suggest you don't force me to show you. He wouldn't be able to see the hatred on her face, which was just as well. What did they say? Revenge is a dish best served cold. If she let the heat of her rage take hold, she'd be helpless. She needed to be cool and calculating if there was any chance of besting him. No, she thought. Besting the scorpion was unlikely. Holding her own, refusing to let him win, was a more reasonable goal. Why had she dreamed of him as safety? Safety from Christopher St. John? What madness was that? Lucian's kiss, his hands on her body, had brought back all sorts of memories of Christopher's assault on her body, all of them unpleasant. She had survived that, and survived it well, left with nothing but an aversion to that intimate act between men and women, that thing she didn't even like to name. So why had Lucian won? Why had she twined her arms around his neck and kissed him back? Why had her body, that most intimate part, betrayed her to his knowing hands? He was even more devious than she'd given him credit for. He was no scorpion. He was a snake, a lying, treacherous— "And what lovely thoughts are you thinking, my darling?" he murmured softly, pulling her back against him, where she settled easily enough. Damnably easy. Looking forward to your wedding night? She let him feel her instinctive shudder, but he simply laughed. I was thinking you were more a snake in the grass than a scorpion. Then you know little of scorpions, my precious. Scorpions are deceptively lethal. They avoid sunlight, and they poison their prey before the victims realize what's going on. So why are you called the scorpion? Are you a poisoner? Oh, there's little I won't do if the need arises. But in fact, the name came from the pet scorpion I brought with me from Jamaica when I finally returned to England. I brought it as a pet, and my travelling companion took to calling me Scorpion as a term of affection. A female, no doubt. The scorpion, yes. The travelling companion was not. He was a friend. And where is your deadly little pet? Are you planning to unleash it on me? I'm afraid Desdemona died. I was staying at an inn outside of Paris, and she got loose. The landlord panicked and stomped her to death. His voice was cool and detached, but Miranda wasn't fooled. And what happened to the landlord? He met with a fatal accident. On my sword. She shivered. Again, he could doubtless feel her reaction, but he said nothing. He enjoyed thinking he'd cowed her, she realized. That was his goal. To shatter and destroy her, not physically, but in every other way. A suitable revenge for the sister that Miranda knew nothing about. And with sudden blazing insight, she realized her one defense. She could weep and cower and moan and ensure his victory. Or she could embrace the adventure. She had taken social ostracism and made it a joyous life. She had reacted to abduction with calm fortitude. She was sadly lacking in the frail sensibilities most young women were prone to. She was practical, adaptable, and not one to waste too much time bemoaning her fate. She glanced over at Jane. So he'd brought her along to keep her in line. She could think of one way to handle that. "In truth," she said in a conversational voice, "I'm glad you brought Jane along, particularly if she's not truly unwell. Her companionship makes things much more bearable." She felt him stiffen, and she almost wanted to giggle. "That's hardly a charitable way of looking at things," he said. "Don't you think she's frightened, worried about what her parents would think? As long as she's with me, she'll be fine, and her parents have complete faith in my ability to keep her safe. We've gotten into a number of scrapes in the past, and I've always looked out for her." She smiled in the darkness, enjoying his discomfiture. "I'll keep her safe this time, and thoroughly enjoy her company. It was indeed very kind of you to keep her with us." "I didn't do it as a kindness," he snapped, then took a deep breath, regaining his self-control. "Though, of course, I rejoice in my ability to bring you pleasure." There was silence for a moment, and Miranda held her breath, waiting to see if her ploy worked. She felt his body relax. Strange that she had grown so accustomed to his body so quickly that she could read his reactions. "But I'm afraid that Miss Paget won't be continuing our journey. I've made arrangements for someone to escort her back to London. She'll be leaving us at... but I think you're better off not knowing where we're going. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise." Miranda let her shoulders slump in a good show of defeat as she grinned into the darkness. She'd done it. Her first ploy had worked, and Jane would be returned safe. And then all she had to worry about was herself. And she knew exactly how she was going to do it. She snuggled against him, pressing her face against the superfine of his coat. In fact, he did smell good. Leather and wool and spice and warm male skin. The battle was on, and she was not without weapons after all. The sky was growing lighter when they stopped to change horses again, and Miranda peered out the window, trying to gauge where they were. The posting house gave no clue. How many cock-and-swallow taverns would there be scattered around England? The landscape was no help at all either. They were in the countryside, and through the early morning mist she thought she could see mountains, but that was useless as well. The Pennines ran up the centre of England. Their carriage could be on either side of them. She tried to see if she could smell the salt tang of the ocean, but there was nothing in the air but the earthly smell of early spring. Jane had emerged from her fog and was looking about her with vague alarm. "Do you have the faintest idea where we are?" she asked nervously. "My parents are going to explode." "Lord Rochdale sent a note to your parents. They'll be appeased at least for a while, and then you'll be back home safe and sound. They may scold, of course, but you know your parents could never be too harsh." Jane smiled ruefully. "But what are they going to say when they see this?" She pulled off her glove, and the extravagant diamond glowed even in the dim carriage light. "You still can't get it off?" She tugged at it, but it stayed where it was, as if glued. "I was hoping a day without eating would make a difference, but it seems to be there for good." She glanced at her right hand, where Bothwell's pitiful ring resided. "I suppose I could cut off my finger." "Don't even joke about such things. Do you think Bothwell is worthy of self-mutilation?" Jane's face suddenly lightened, and she looked like her old self, something Miranda hadn't seen in months. "I don't think he's worthy of one finger, much less my entire hand in marriage." "Much less your entire body," Miranda added. "Good. I'm glad that's settled. I was afraid I was going to have to abduct you so you wouldn't marry such a prosing old bore." "He's not that much older than we are," Jane pointed out fairly. He's old, and Brandon would have helped me carry you off. He calls him Borwell. And instead, the Scorpion is the one to carry both of us off. Jane sighed. He's an odd man, isn't he? If I weren't certain he was besotted with you, I'd worry. Besotted, Miranda thought. She was a means to an end and nothing more. She smiled, hoping she could continue to trick her friend. He's promised to have people waiting to escort you back to London, though he refuses to say when. We probably won't have much warning, but I wanted to assure you how happy I am. The lying words were like bile on her tongue, but she forced a serene smile on her face, and to her relief, Jane appeared to believe it. It's all right to be nervous, Miranda, she said, misreading the edge in her voice. You like to pretend you know everything about sex and men, but really, you only have experience of an absolute rotter. I just thank God St. John is not accepted in good company anymore. I don't know what I would have done if I'd been forced to face him. At least he's had to go to ground, Miranda said, happy to talk about anything but Lucian. And no one could be further from Christopher St. John than your future husband, Jane said, absently toying with the diamond ring. I suspect you'll be very happy. A match made in heaven, in fact. Jane laughed. Well, hardly. You forget, I know you too well. I imagine you'll have your battles, but I think you will— The door opened, and Lucian stood there, blocking the early morning light. Miss Paget, he said in his smooth, charming, scorpion voice, this is where we part ways. Already? Miranda couldn't keep the initial squeak of pain from her voice, and she was rewarded with Lucian's damnable smile. I'm afraid so. We have an oh-so-respectable dame to keep her company, one of my light travelling coaches with my second-best driver, and he's an excellent shot as well. He'll keep her safe and sound until he returns her home. Come along, Miss Paget. You'll— His words trailed off as his gaze fell on her ungloved hand. That's quite a lovely ring you have, Miss Paget. Your affianced husband must be quite besotted with you. Jane turned bright pink as she tried to hide her hand in her skirts, but he was reaching out for her, to let her down, and she had no choice but to put her hands in his. And Miranda knew a moment, a merest flash, of irrational jealousy. She started after them, but Lucian closed the door. You'll be staying in the coach, my darling. I can't, she said flatly. There were 1,000 things she hadn't said to Jane, warnings, messages. You can. I have to use the necessary. She didn't even blush. She would use anything as a weapon against him, and he could hardly argue. They'd been riding a long time. I'll have one of the chambermaids bring you a pot, my love. You'll stay put. She wanted to snarl at him. Instead, she leaned out the window and called to Jane. Tell my parents I love them, and tell them I'm blissfully happy. Blissfully? Lucian echoed with a soft laugh. I'm honored. She glanced at him, and he couldn't see her hands curled into fists in her lap. Blissfully, my love, she said firmly, and sat back, rather than burst into tears at Jane's retreating back. Jane sat in the private parlour of the coaching inn, drinking her tea. She was uneasy, though she wasn't quite sure why. She had complete faith that the coach and the chaperone the Earl had summoned would be there momentarily. She couldn't imagine anyone daring to do less than Rochdale demanded. She was going home, which was a good thing, wasn't it? With luck, she'd be back before Mr. Bothwell even noticed she had gone. Not that she particularly cared. She just hoped she had the courage to break off the engagement that was now looking like a living death. Back in her ordinary world, though, it would probably seem like the wise thing to do. Marry the man, and she'd have her own house and children. Surely she could tolerate him for that much. She'd rather concentrate on Miranda and her husband-to-be. Something was wrong there, Jane thought, though she couldn't put a finger on it. She had no doubt at all that Miranda was in love with Lucien de Malheur, but there was something in the way of it, and she couldn't imagine what. As for the Earl, he was harder to read. If it weren't for the way his strange pale eyes followed Miranda wherever she was, she might have refused to leave. And a fat lot that would have done, she thought, staring into the fire as she awaited her own carriage. Lucien de Malheur didn't strike her as the kind of man who accepted refusal any more than Miranda was the kind who meekly did as she was bid. They would have a fiery marriage. Full of adventure, Jane thought dismally. She had Mr. Bothwell. She availed herself of her crumpled handkerchief, dabbing her eyes and her nose. It and she were in fairly bedraggled condition by now, and the thought of climbing into another carriage was her personal idea of hell. She loved to travel, but she definitely preferred a more leisurely pace, and this time she'd simply be heading back home. She had watched as the Earl's carriage pulled away, and slow tears began to slide down her cheeks. When next she saw Miranda, she'd be a married woman, while Jane had little doubt that Mr. Bothwell would take one look at the huge diamond on her finger and promptly renounce her. Perhaps she'd be ruined. Miranda's house on Half Moon Street would be vacant. She could take up residence there and become eccentric. Or so she could only hope. In truth, she wasn't sure she wanted to get the diamond off her hand. Once she did so and disposed of it, then Mr. Bothwell would have every right to kiss her with his hard, dry mouth. He could continue to criticize her dress and her behavior, and even if he gave her children, he would doubtless be the kind of man with strong opinions on child-rearing, ones that were ridiculous and the opposite of her own. Two extremes stood before her: the life of an outcast, or the life of Mrs. George Bothwell. It was little wonder the diamond wouldn't come off. She brought her handkerchief up to her eyes again, not sure if she was crying for herself or for Miranda as she disappeared on a strange bride trip. All she knew was that she hurt, inside, and her tears, instead of abating, were flowing more freely, and her disgusting handkerchief was useless against the flow. A snowy white handkerchief appeared in her blurred vision, and she took it gratefully, wiping her streaming eyes and blowing her nose before looking up at her saviour. And for a moment she froze. It was one of the Earl's servants. She could recognize the deep black livery. Though he was quite tall for someone who worked with horses. Most people preferred their grooms to be small but strong, keeping the burden on the horses light. This man must weigh 14 stone at the least. Before he could say anything, he stepped back into the shadows, replaced by the plump, cozy figure of a woman dressed in neat black clothes with a dark blue shawl around her shoulders. "Miss Paget, I'm Mrs. Grudge. The Earl of Rochdale has hired me to escort you home. I promise Jacobs and I will take good care of you while we're on the road." Jane wanted to crane her head around, to look at the man who'd given her the handkerchief, but he was gone, and she tried to school her reaction. Who was that? She found herself asking, when she should have been much more polite. But Mrs. Grudge clearly didn't live up to her unfriendly name. She smiled at her. That's Jacobs, our driver. He's one of the grooms. Quite the likely lad, isn't he? All the servant girls are mad for him, of course. I believe he's married to Cook's daughter, but that doesn't keep him from looking around, if you know what I mean. "Yes," Jane said in a hollow voice, thoroughly appalled. What was wrong with her? She'd barely had a glance at him, and yet she'd felt this instinctive leap inside her, an odd sense of recognition, as if she'd recognized some womanizing servant of a man like the Scorpion. "We only just arrived, miss," the older lady continued, "and the horses need a rest. I've ordered you a good breakfast. I gather you've been sick, and I promise you we'll take our time getting back. We're not that far from London, are we? I think I would prefer to return as soon as possible." "Bless you, miss, we're up near the Lake District, a good 2.5 days away from London." "We've only been gone overnight," she protested. "His lordship travels very fast with the best horses. We'll be needing to be a bit more careful. But not to worry, miss. Jacobs took your note to your parents himself, and they were unalarmed. You needn't fret if it takes us a few days to get back." And if she didn't eat anything for those days, the ring was bound to come off. That was what she wanted, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. She wanted rashers of bacon and coddled eggs and toast and butter. She wanted thick cream and strawberry jam. She wanted hot chocolate and biscuits to nibble on. And she wasn't in the mood to face her fiancé, who doubtless would be less likely to accept her absence than her indulgent parents. Her parents knew their daughter and trusted her intelligence. Mr. Bothwell seemed to think she had only half a brain and needed to be led around like a prize calf, lest she get lost. She yanked at the ring again, but her knuckle was getting red and swollen, so she let it be. "Oh, what a pretty ring. May I see it?" It was a surprisingly impertinent question from little more than a servant, but Jane would have been more than happy to give her the damned thing. "It won't come off. I don't suppose you have any remedy for that, do you?" "Duck grease," the woman said triumphantly. "I'll go ask the kitchen." "Tried it," Jane said flatly. "Also soap, butter, hot compresses, cold compresses, yanking, pulling. It won't come off." There was a speculative expression in Mrs. Grudge's eyes. "We'll see about that, miss. In the meantime, what can I get you for breakfast? The cook's just made up a fresh batch of muffins, and there's the usual, bacon and eggs, beefsteak and fried sausage and tripe." "Just dry toast and tea, thank you," she said, ignoring the lovely smells wafting from what was probably the tap room. "That's not enough to keep a mouse alive." "I'll be fine. Please see to it, Mrs. Grudge." She could feel the tears welling up again, and she dabbed the wicked groom's handkerchief to her eyes. It wasn't until Mrs. Grudge had left that she stopped to look at the cloth in her hand. It was of a finer weave than a servant usually carried, and she expected to see Lucian's initials in one corner. Instead, the man had his own initials there. J.D. Except that his last name was Jacobs. He must have stolen it from someone. What a bold, wicked man, she thought dismally. Why had she suddenly become attracted to the saucy, totally inappropriate ones, like the jewel thief who'd effectively married her with this damned ring, and now the cook's womanizing son-in-law? She shook her head. The sooner she was back home, the ring safely stowed or tossed, or whatever seemed the best fate for something of such intrinsic value and inestimable trouble, the better she'd be. Mr. Bothwell was a good man, and she was lucky to have attracted him. Maybe he reserved real kisses for the marriage bed, and he would put all thought of jewel thieves out of a wayward mind. She could only hope. Chapter 12. When Miranda awoke, it was bright daylight, and she was blessedly alone. Lucian hadn't rejoined the carriage after the last change. They had driven on into what appeared to be a dark, mountainous landscape, and she racked her brains, trying to remember what she knew of England's geography. They hadn't travelled far enough to reach Scotland, but these might be the fells of Yorkshire, or the brooding mountains of northern Wales. She knew for certain they had headed north. To the south there was only the sea. She wished she could reason how far they'd travelled, but Lucien's coach moved so smoothly, so swiftly, that she really had no idea. The sun was out only fitfully, peeping from behind dark, ominous clouds. The Scorpion had ordered the weather to fit with his evil plans, and the question was, exactly how evil was this man? What was he capable of? He'd forced her to come with him. Brandon had warned her he was capable of evil things, and she hadn't believed him. He'd threatened to kill her brother in cold blood, and she had no choice but to believe him. She couldn't risk Brandon's life on the chance that Lucien was merely bluffing. And in truth, she didn't think he was. He was determined to gain revenge for his sister's death. Of that there was no doubt. But what was he planning for her? Not rape, not murder, not a vicious beating. His brutal plan was to marry her. Hardly the stuff of epic villainy. No, he was no Richard III, no matter how much he wished to be. And he had her pegged right. She was a woman who'd dress in man's clothes and take off into the forest to find her future. She wasn't one to curl up in the corner of the carriage and weep. Though she was ready to weep from sheer achiness. Her family tended to travel at a more leisurely pace, with lengthy stops for meals and walks to work out the kinks in one's muscles, and they tended to spend the night at a comfortable inn, or with friends along the way, rather than risk the danger of driving in the dark. Right now, Miranda felt as if she'd been locked inside a box for days, and every muscle, every joint hurt. The last of the sun disappeared, and a soft mist enveloped the coach, making the intimidating landscape even gloomier. There was a basket of food on the opposite bench, something she'd steadfastly ignored, but hunger finally got the best of her, and she opened it, discovering fresh bread and cheese, a tart of dried apples, and even a bottle of wine. She devoured everything, washing it down with the wine. It was much more than she usually drank, and she knew she was probably a bit tipsy, but it would help her sleep during this interminable journey, and— The coach came to a stop again, and she sighed. This time she was going to leave the carriage whether he liked it or not, assuming she could walk without wobbling. The door opened, and Lucien stood there in the light rain, looking none the worse for it. "We've arrived," he said. "Welcome to your new home." He would have expected anger and despair. She could play this game as well, and the last thing she intended to do was what he expected. She gave him a dazzling smile, taking his hand, and his ironic expression faltered for a moment. "How delightful! I'm afraid I drank a bit too much wine. I didn't realize we were so close to our destination." She managed to climb down the steps well enough with the support of his arm, and she looked up at the grim edifice that was to be her home, and wished she'd had a second bottle of wine. It was huge, dark, and dismal. No light shone from the myriad of windows that looked out over the overgrown driveway, and there was a sharp chill in the air. "Am I allowed to know where we are?" "Of course, my love. This is Palfrey House. It's been in my family for generations, and indeed, it's the only place left from our original estate. The rest was sold to pay my grandfather's and father's gaming debts, so apparently no one was interested in buying this, so it remained in the family." "I wonder why," Miranda said in an undertone. It looked truly dreadful. A pile of dark, wet stones that no one, not even moneylenders and creditors, wanted. And this was where he intended to keep her. "And where are we?" "In the Lake District. A particularly remote part of it, I'm afraid. We're tucked in a valley with mountains all around, and the house is extremely difficult to find." "Lovely," she said with breathless delight. "And such a very large house. I know I'm going to enjoy it tremendously." "Exactly how much wine did you drink?" Lucian asked suspiciously. "Enough," she said sweetly. "Shall we stand in the rain, or will you show me my new home?" Indeed, the rain was coming down more heavily now, soaking through Miranda's pelisse, and she only hoped there was at least a fire laid in the mausoleum that confronted her. "Of course," he said immediately, taking her arm and leading her up the front steps. "Mind your step. Some of the stones are broken." The front door opened, and Miranda felt a surge of relief. A woman was standing there, a branch of candles in her hand, and she could see light coming from behind her. "Welcome home, Master Lucian." The woman cast her eyes over Miranda with clear disapproval. "Thank you, Mrs. Humber. And this is my new bride, or shall be, as soon as the vicar can be found." He glanced down at Miranda, and she tried to control the chill that had sunk into her body from the cold, damp air, the gloomy household, and the decidedly unfriendly housekeeper. Not to mention her future husband, assuming she couldn't change his mind. "Oh, it all looks lovely," she said in breathless accents. "But, darling, I could do with a nice warm fire and a cup of tea." She started forward, but Lucian caught her arm, halting her. "This is a bit precipitate, but we may as well follow custom," he said, and before she realized what he was going to do, he'd scooped her up in his arms and carried her across the threshold of the old mansion, setting her down inside a cavernous and chilly hallway. He easily read the surprise she couldn't hide. "My leg is really quite strong, my love. I've adapted very well to its limitations." "Indeed," she managed to come up with. Being picked up by him had been an unnerving experience, reminding her of those clandestine moments on his lap at the inn, as well as reinforcing how strong he really was. Strong and warm and hard. "I assume you have rooms that are habitable for my bride," he said in his silken tone, and the sour woman in her starchly black nodded, clearly under his spell, as most women seemed to be. Even Jane had shown signs of blind obedience. "There's a fire in the green saloon, as well as one in your study, your lordship. I've also had the girls in from the village to clean and dust your bedroom, and the brown bedroom in the east wing. I hope you'll find that acceptable." His lip curved. "That will be quite a walk to my wife's bed when I choose to join her." "Oh, don't worry about it, darling," Miranda said cheerfully. "Just open your door and give a shout, and I'll come running. Now, where is this green salon? I'm chilled to the bone." She unfastened her pelisse and dumped it in Mrs. Humber's unwelcoming hands, handing over her gloves and bonnet as well. The woman just looked at her, a solid lump like the house she oversaw. No help there, Miranda thought. Lucian looked at her as if wondering who was this alien creature. "I'll take her, Mrs. Humber, and tea would be an excellent idea. I think she's had a surfeit of wine for one day." Miranda smiled up at him, wanting to kick him in the shins. Preferably in his bad leg. "You take such good care of me," she crooned. "And you're quite drunk." Taking her arm, he led her down the dark, gloomy hallway to a small room that was so blissfully warm she ignored its other imperfections. She sank down in a chair by the fire, holding out her chilled hands and breathing a sigh of relief. Lucian was standing a ways away from her, staring at her. "Don't you want to come closer to the fire?" she said. "You must be absolutely frozen." "I don't pay much attention to the weather." "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Taking off my shoes. They're wet." She'd pulled off the demi-boots, then wiggled her stocking-clad toes in front of the fire. She glanced up at him. "Don't look so shocked. We're going to be married after all, and I've decided that suits me very well indeed. I was growing quite tired of my own company and that of the few who visited, and I hardly thought I'd achieve a marriage, particularly such a good one. You're quite a prize, you know, despite your physical imperfections," she said lightly. "You're wealthy, you're relatively young, though not quite in the first bloom of youth, and you're an earl. The main thing that's bothering me is, will I be Countess Rochdale, or will I continue as Lady Miranda? I believe the hereditary title takes precedence, and I'm the daughter of a marquis, but I never paid much attention to these things. I'm certain my sister-in-law will know. She's a stickler for details like this. I'll write her." "The wine makes you talkative," he observed, coming to sit opposite her, his pale eyes hooded and predatory. "Oh, I suppose I'm a bit nervous." She was actually finding this quite easy. The cheerful, prattling bride finding roses in a dung-heap. And Palfrey House was most certainly a dung-heap. It smelled of mould and dry rot and layers of dust. She beamed at him. "After all, I'm to be married. I would like to bathe and change my clothes first, if you don't mind. I'd like to look my best for you." "I doubt the vicar will be located today, my love," he said, watching her as one might watch a rabid dog, waiting for it to attack. "What a shame. And I was so looking forward to my wedding night." She pouted, making it as provocative as she could. He laughed at that, and she wondered if she'd overplayed her hand. "Of course you are, my pet. If wine makes you this affable, I'll have to see you get a regular supply of it." "That would be delightful." He rose. "I'll have Mrs. Humber arrange for your bath. In the meantime, I have duties to attend to." "And what will I wear after I bathe? I didn't have a chance to pack." "I made arrangements for a suitable wardrobe. It was simple enough to contact your dressmaker. Madame Clotilde on St. James Street, am I right?" "Oh, you think of everything," she said with perfect, breathless delight. He gave her a slight, ironic bow. "I try. In the meantime, I'll leave you to Mrs. Humber's good graces. She's been in my family all her life. In fact, I believe she's a third cousin or something, and we're all very fond of her. Treat her with respect." Miranda controlled her instinctive growl. "But of course, darling. I always treat underlings with kindness and respect." "Mrs. Humber doesn't consider herself an underling." "No, I imagine she doesn't. Nevertheless, she's your housekeeper, and therefore an upper servant." "Or is she your mistress?" He laughed. "She's my housekeeper. Tread warily, dear Miranda. She would make a formidable enemy, like all of my family." She already was, Miranda thought, still managing her idiot smile. At this rate, her cheeks were going to hurt, and she'd have premature wrinkles around her eyes. Go away, she thought. Give me some quiet moments by the fire. And thank God, he did. His careful plans had suddenly become upended, Lucian thought, as he limped down the hall to his study. It had been an act of sheer bravado, carrying her over the threshold like that, and his leg was paying for it. He did well enough in the best of circumstances, but the incessant rain always made his old wounds act up, and Miranda had been too tipsy to notice one way or another. She was really quite ridiculous, staring at this dismal pile of stones and cooing. She didn't like Elsie Humber, that much was certain. They'd have a royal battle once he left them alone, and he was only sorry he wouldn't be there to see it. So she was happy to be getting married, was she? He took leave to doubt that, and she most certainly was not looking forward to the marriage bed. She'd been nervous as a kitten in his arms. That idiot St. John must have been clumsy indeed. He'd expected her to be in tears, pleading for escape. Instead, she was settling in by the fire, taking off her shoes of all things, and demanding baths and cups of tea instead of rescue. He shook his head. She was playing some game, and he wasn't sure what the rules were. But he was a seasoned gamester, and he knew how to adapt. She was happy to be getting married, was she? Maybe marriage was a bad idea. She was already a disgraced woman. He could keep her here as his mistress, and there was nothing the Rohans could do about it. They'd never find their way through these tortured roads. And if they weren't to be married, why then he could have her tonight. If he wanted to hold to a sham of a ceremony, it would be at least tomorrow before they could lawfully be joined. She said she was delighted to be married. Perhaps he would have to disappoint her, and see how much wine she needed to keep that calm, annoying smile. Miss Jane Paget was safely stowed in the post-chaise, with Long Molly by her side, Jacob thought, climbing into the driver's seat and taking the reins. Molly was a good old soul. She'd worked her way up from the streets to run her own very expensive brothel, which she kept with an iron hand. But she'd always had a hankering for the stage, and Jacob knew she'd jump at the chance to play a motherly soul. Besides, in truth, she did have a strong maternal streak. She looked after her girls, keeping them safe and clean, banishing any gentleman who didn't know to follow the rules or dared to hurt any of her little chickies. He had no doubt she'd be just as protective of Miss Jane Paget. And a good thing, that. When he'd received Lucian's note, he should have done as requested, and sent one of his best men along with Molly to see Miss Jane safely back to the bosom of her family. But he hadn't been able to resist the chance to see her in full daylight, to see if her mouth was as kissable. Lucian was going to be very annoyed with him. He didn't care. Her mouth was just as kissable as he'd thought, even more so. She had a cold, her nose and eyes were red and swollen, and she was still the prettiest morsel he'd seen in God knew how long. He couldn't quite understand why he was so infatuated. It wasn't as if he'd suddenly developed a taste for quality. He'd had any number of titled ladies, and they'd been no better than one of Molly's doxies, sometimes even less honest with their favours. She was no particular beauty, but he'd had plainer girls, prettier girls, taller girls, shorter girls, thinner girls, fatter girls. He'd long ago lost count of the women he'd had. When he'd had the itch, there had always been someone available to scratch it. So why was he suddenly so interested in a little bit of fluff from the upper classes? She was still wearing the ring. That had been a devilish impulse on his part. He'd known the ring was too small, but he'd still managed to get it on her when he'd been busy seducing her with his mouth. A treat like Miss Jane Paget shouldn't have to settle for that miserable little piece of shit her fiancé had provided for her. She was still wearing that as well, though on the wrong hand. Not that he'd given her any choice. If she wanted his ring off, she'd have to stop thinking about it. And he could think of only one way to do that. Scorpion had been right mad at him for tossing away such a valuable piece of glimmer. Too bad. A sad little girl like that needed diamonds more than someone overbred like the Duchess of Caramore. If he got the chance, he'd take it off her finger, but he'd do it for her sake and for no one else's. It looked pretty on her hand. A big, brassy, tacky diamond on her elegant bone structure. He looked at it and thought mine, in a totally irrational spurt of emotion. But she wasn't, and he certainly didn't want her to be. He'd just really like to get a better taste of her. That wasn't going to happen. She was engaged to someone worthy, and he made it a rule never to interfere with someone's life simply because he was hungry. She'd be safely deposited at her family home in London, still a virgin, minus the telltale ring, and she could forget all about the blackguard who kissed her in the darkness as he stole diamonds. And if he had to kiss her to do it, so be it. Molly was probably telling her all sorts of stories about him. Lies, of course, but he doubted he was going to come off in a good light. It didn't matter. She'd given him a good long look and hadn't recognized him, which didn't surprise him. That room had been pitch dark, but he had eyes like a cat, and he'd seen her very clearly. She definitely wouldn't have seen him, and today he'd kept his head down, the cap pulled low, so that even if she remembered him, she'd have a hard time thinking of her jewel thief as the driver with a rough Yorkshire accent. It would be a longer trip back. He wasn't going to change cattle, and there was a limit to which he would push his horses. And to be entirely truthful, which wasn't like him, he wanted more time with Miss Jane Paget. No, he wasn't going to touch her. That one kiss had been dangerous enough, and he couldn't afford to get tangled with a young lady of quality. He made it a habit not to despoil virgins or people who didn't have it coming. Not out of any essential goodness, he told himself. Such things were just more trouble than they were worth. It was a cold night, and he wondered if Long Molly had remembered to get some warm bricks for their feet. Probably not. He jumped down off the driver's seat, headed back into the inn, and a moment later came back out with 2 warm bricks wrapped in wool shawls that he'd had to pay dearly for, opened the carriage door, and found himself looking up directly into Jane Paget's face. He quickly ducked his head, shoving the hot bricks toward her. "These mun keep the warm," he said in his thick Yorkshire accent, before backing out and closing the door behind him. He cursed. She'd had a good look at him, but that meant nothing. She'd never seen him before in the clear light. Worse was the good look he'd had of her. Her soft, kissable mouth, her huge brown eyes, his diamond ring flashing on her finger. He vaulted into the driver's seat, grabbed the reins and started forward with a sudden jerk, no doubt throwing his passengers into disarray. It was nothing compared to his state of mind. Maybe he'd better not take his time. He had a certain love of danger, but Miss Jane Paget put the fear of God into him. Chapter 13. Palfrey House was a disaster, Miranda thought, as she followed Mrs. Humber's sturdy figure up the first wide staircase, then another, down one long hall, until the surly woman finally stopped, turning to look at her out of mean little eyes. "We don't employ many servants here, Lady Miranda," she said in starched accents. "I've told the upstairs maid to bring up bath water, but of course the master's needs come first, and he always requests a hot bath on arrival. It may be some time before your bath is ready." Miranda smiled at her sweetly. "Then perhaps you ought to show me to the master's room, and I'll avail myself of his bath." She said it mainly to see the shock on Mrs. Humber's face, but in truth it seemed an excellent idea. "Your bath-water will be up directly," Mrs. Humber growled, pushing open the door to the bedroom. "Make yourself at home." Miranda stood in the doorway for a long, miserable moment. She could hear the housekeeper's heavy footsteps thudding down the corridor. She was willing to bet the old besom walked with a lighter tread when Lucian could hear. She laughed beneath her breath. She could just imagine his reaction if he came up to his room and found her disporting in his bath. No, she wasn't quite ready to fight this war on that level, because she'd be naked, and she had every intention of putting that particular battle off as long as possible, if not forever. Would revenge against the Rohans be worth living with a cheerful idiot? She wasn't certain Lucian would think so. She was loath to step across her threshold. The room was dark and gloomy, even with the fire. It smelled like mouse droppings and mildew, and she sighed. The first thing this place needed was a good cleaning, and if Mrs. Humber didn't employ enough servants, she'd have to see that they found more. She crossed to the tall windows, pushing open the faded curtains to look out into the rainy afternoon. A cloud of dust rewarded her efforts, and she began to cough, waving away the motes. She glanced over at her bed, wondering if it were equally untended, but it appeared that at least there were fresh sheets and pillowcases, probably because Mrs. Humber expected Lucian to share that bed with her. Fat lot she knew. The room was damp and chilly despite the fire, and she doubted she'd find any help from the limited servants. At least there was wood piled beside the fireplace, and she leaned down and loaded more logs onto the grate. Really, they ought to be burning coal. It was easier to load and lasted a great deal longer. But perhaps the wretched old house wasn't equipped for it. After a moment, she was rewarded with a merry blaze, and she dragged a chair closer, warming her hands and bare feet. The look on Lucian's face when she'd taken off her shoes had been priceless. He'd hidden it almost immediately, but she'd been looking for it, and she'd almost crowed in triumph. It was nearly pitch dark when two burly men carried the copper bathtub into the room, followed by a maid with a bucket of hot water. If she was going to have to rely on the one maid and that small bucket, the tub would be filled by next Christmas. So she gave them her best smile and thanked them, and was rewarded, at least by the young maid, with a shy smile. "Should I close the curtains, miss?" One of the older men cuffed her. "She's called m'lady, you dimwit." The girl's face flooded with colour. "Oh, miss, my lady, I beg pardon. I'm just the kitchen maid. I've never been called upon to serve a real lady before." "Never mind," Miranda said kindly. "What's your name?" "Bridget, my lady." "Well, Bridget, why don't you help me sort through my clothes while these strong men bring up the rest of the hot water?" "That's not our job," the bully began, but then he saw the look on her face and swallowed. "Yes, your ladyship," he said, and practically bowed out of the room, closing the door behind them. Bridget laughed. "He's a right brute, is Ferdy. He's Mrs. Humber's cousin, and he thinks he's in charge around here when he's only a groom, but he's strong, and she uses him for the heavy work. Then he's perfectly suited for hauling heavy tins of water. Should I close the curtains, my lady? It's an ugly night out there." "Very carefully. They're full of dust, and I almost choked to death when I opened them." Bridget looked horrified. "Oh, miss, your ladyship, I'm so sorry. We hadn't much notice you were coming, and Mrs. Humber is that difficult. She doesn't like it when his lordship brings a female up here." There was no reason that should feel like a blow, and Miranda weathered it beautifully. "Does she disapprove on moral grounds? Because his lordship and I plan to be married." Bridget shook her head, and Miranda could see a nasty bruise on the side of her neck, probably thanks either to Mrs. Humber or her henchman, Ferdy. "That's not it. I think she fancies him herself." "Mrs. Humber?" Miranda echoed, astonished. "She's twice his age, and his housekeeper as well." "No one says that love has to be practical, my lady." The thought that the stern, sturdy Mrs. Humber could be in love with Lucian was so bizarre that Miranda left the subject for the one that was more troubling. "So he's brought other ladies up here?" she asked, toying with the loose thread on her bedraggled dress. "No, miss, not ladies exactly. You know how gentlemen are. They like a bit of fun now and then." "I doubt Lord Rochdale knows the meaning of fun," Miranda said dryly. "Well, I suppose I should be happy to hear he's brought whores up here on occasion, At least the place isn't totally unused to female inhabitants. They haven't stayed long, miss. His lordship tires of things very quickly. Let's hope so, Miranda said sweetly. With any luck, he'd tire of her and the battle long before he'd won. In the end, he was the stronger, and for some odd reason, she was abominably vulnerable when he touched her. So, she simply had to avoid letting him touch her until he grew weary of the game. It had to happen sooner or later. "I beg your pardon, my lady," Bridget said, carefully pulling the heavy brown velvet curtains without disturbing the dust. "Just talking to myself." Her bath was filled with steaming water in half an hour. Bridget took over feeding the fire, and was even bold enough to tell the bully to bring more logs and a tea tray with something solid to eat. When Miranda slid into the copper tub, she moaned with sheer ecstasy. The heat on her stiff muscles was better than any physical sensation she'd ever enjoyed, and the thought of being clean as well, after 2 days in that wretched grey dress, was dizzying. Bridget did a decent job of washing her long hair, then pulled out a beautiful nightdress and robe from the wardrobe. Miranda had a normal woman's interest in new clothes, but at that point, Father Christmas himself couldn't have raised her attention. She stepped out of the bath and into the large Turkish towel that Bridget held for her, looking at the night clothes. "I won't be dining with his lordship?" she inquired. It couldn't be that late. It was still light when they'd arrived. "He's gone out, miss, and there's no telling when he'll be back. He told them not to hold supper for him, but to send you a tray in your room." "You don't suppose he's gone to find the minister?" Miranda said, pulling the lacy wrapper around her. The clothes were gorgeous, elegant, even better than what she was used to. Lucian had expensive tastes. "I wouldn't know, miss. When he goes out like that, he's often gone for days." "One can only hope." She tied the lacy combing jacket around her. It wasn't nearly enough protection against the cold, unfriendly house, but she was loath to climb into that big bed and await her seducer, because she strongly doubted he had any intention of waiting for the marriage vows. And she had no intention of giving in, ever. But at least the tray they brought her had a sensible amount of food, even if it was bland and overcooked. This household needed some serious sorting out. If she could just get rid of Lucian, she could enjoy herself tremendously. She'd always had an affection for decorating things. Even her surly brother Charles said she had a real gift. This house was like a huge, dirty, smelly, moth-eaten blank canvas, and if she was going to be trapped here, she was going to do her best to have fun. She dismissed Bridget for the night, propped a chair under the door-handle, and climbed up into the big bed. The large, shabby chamber was sufficiently warm now, but as she lay back among the pillows, she realized she had absolutely nothing to do. Nothing to read, no one to talk to, no piano. Did this wretched place even come with a piano? If so, it was no doubt dreadfully out of tune. How many bedrooms were there? And how many public rooms? There was the dank salon she'd first come to, and Lucian had disappeared to his study. There'd be a large formal dining room, perhaps a morning room, and— Bloody hell, she wasn't going to lie there, wide awake, wondering. She slid out of bed and into the slippers Bridget had set out for her, lit her candle with the fire, moved the chair out of the way, and began to explore. It wasn't until she reached the ground floor that she realized she was more vulnerable, wandering around like this. He'd said he wasn't interested, and she was counting on that. If he changed his mind, she was going to be in a more precarious position, and she almost headed back. But the house was still and silent, and she was the only one moving around in the darkness. She and the mice. The piano fort was in what was likely called the music room. There were plaster images of cherubs playing instruments along the cornices, and a harp stood in the corner as well as the pianoforte. She dusted off the seat and sat down, playing a quick Mozart piece she'd memorized. To her astonishment, the instrument was in almost perfect tune. Someone here must play, but she couldn't imagine who. There were 3 salons of varying sizes, a breakfast room, an office clearly meant for the estate manager, but now covered with dust. There were stuffed heads of moth-eaten stags, and more ancient armaments adorning the walls than they had in the British Museum, one of her favourite haunts. If she ever decided she had to defend her honour, she had more than enough weapons at hand to make efficient work of her fiancé. It was reassuring. Lucian's study was the only room that looked relatively clean and comfortable, and the servants knew better than to let his fire die down. There was a rich wool throw tossed carelessly over one chair, and Miranda immediately claimed it, wrapping it around her slender shoulders. She moved on. There was a set of double doors at the end of the room, and she pushed them open, expecting to see a ballroom. Instead, she found the largest library she'd ever seen in her life, and for the first time since she'd discovered Lucian's perfidy, she was absolutely, perfectly happy. It took no time at all to find a book to her liking. A French novel, short on improving aspects and long on entertainment. The room had no fewer than 6 window seats, each partially enclosed by heavy curtains, and she took the nearest one, setting her candle down on a convenient shelf as she curled up to read, the woolen throw wrapped tightly around her. Lucien de Malheur was in a very ugly mood when he returned to the cold, miserable confines of Palfrey House. When he'd imagined imprisoning his unwilling bride here, he'd forgotten that he'd have to put up with it himself. Not that he didn't have a certain fondness for the place, and he cherished the isolation. But winter and early spring were both miserable times to be up here. Snow could trap one quite easily. The rain was so cold it could freeze your very bones, and Palfrey House was made for consequence, not comfort. Not the best place to take a new bride, but then he wasn't looking for her comfort. In truth, quite the opposite. He needed to bed her and get it done with, then leave her to moulder in the old place while her family went mad with fury. It was enough to warm his cold, cold heart. It was well past midnight when he returned to the last ancestral home the poor de Malheurs had managed to hold on to, and even Mrs. Humber was in bed. He let himself in, just as glad not to deal with servants, and went upstairs to his new plaything. She wasn't in her room. He even looked under the bed and in the wardrobe in case she was hiding, and then felt utterly silly doing so. He could raise a search party, but that would make him feel like a complete fool. If she'd run off in this cold winter rain, she'd be in trouble, but they might as well wait for morning to go in search of her. If she was hiding somewhere in the house, he'd deal with it later. He let the anger simmer in the pit of his stomach. He'd had mixed feelings about bedding her. He hadn't decided which would be worse, with or without marriage. He wanted a warm house, a warm bed, and a warm, willing woman, and he was going to find none of those things at Palfrey House. He headed down to his study for a late-night glass of brandy. He sat at his desk, telling himself he was annoyed, not worried, when he noticed the doors to the library were slightly ajar. He rose, going over to them, about to close them, when he noticed the faint light over in one corner. Aha, he thought. He crossed the large room on silent feet, coming to stand over Lady Miranda Rohan. She was sound asleep. Her hair was loosely braided, and he was astonished to see how long it was. It must go down past her hips. How unexpectedly erotic. She had a racy French novel in her lap, but even the remarkable doings of Madame Lapine weren't enough to keep her awake. She'd wrapped herself in his best throw, and she looked so peaceful he couldn't bring himself to wake her. Besides, he reminded himself, his leg was throbbing, he still had a chill running through his body, and his reluctant fiancée looked far too peaceful to disturb. If he did, he'd have to get her upstairs, either to his or her bedroom, and have at her. She looked so innocent, asleep like that. She wasn't. He knew that. Thanks to him and his elaborate schemes. That first one had failed, due to the idiocy and inadequacies of his representative. He wasn't so easily distracted. On impulse, he reached out and touched her hair, brushing it back from a smooth silken cheek. She didn't stir, deep in slumber, and he found himself smiling. Tomorrow would be time enough. For now she could sleep, thinking she'd outwitted him. He leaned over and blew out the candle, brushing her skin as he did. She made a sound, a low moan of protest or pleasure, and he was immediately aroused, which annoyed him. He'd decided to wait until she was really frightened, but his body seemed to have other ideas. He pulled the curtains around her, closing her into a little nest. The morning sun would wake and warm her, and the battle would begin again. Chapter 14. The library windows faced east, and the first brief glimpse of morning sun awoke Miranda from her delightful slumber. She sat up with a start. She'd slid down onto the seat, curled up under the blanket, and had a wonderful dreamless sleep. She'd left the candle burning. A good thing she hadn't burned the house down. Not that the house didn't deserve to be leveled, but she preferred not to be in it when it happened. But when she picked up a candlestick from the small shelf, she discovered it was only half burned. Something, or someone, must have blown it out. The thought unnerved her. It couldn't have been Lucien. He'd have woken her up to torment and tease her, or even worse. The thought of Mrs. Humber looming over her was even more unnerving. Perhaps she'd blown it out at the last minute and been too sleepy to remember. That, or this draughty house had taken care of it. She pushed open the curtains, holding her breath so she wouldn't breathe in the dust. She couldn't remember closing them either. How very odd. Perhaps Bridget had come looking for her. She got to her feet, heading back toward the double doors, not even considering that the study might now be occupied. She took one look at his bowed head and froze. He was busy writing something, and he didn't bother to look up. "I hadn't realized you were quite such a devoted reader, my darling." He looked up at her lazily, and his pale eyes were cool and dismissive. "You do realize it's dangerous to wander around the house in the dark. I think I'd better keep the library locked so you aren't tempted." It took her a moment to remember that she wasn't going to hit him. She flashed him a bright smile. "Oh, that's an excellent idea, my love. When there are books around, I never get anything done. Do keep it locked." The look he cast her was sardonic. "It's not going to work, you know." She came farther into the room, dropping down into the chair opposite the desk. "What isn't going to work, my love?" "This cheery acceptance and enthusiasm. You may pretend all you like, though I can't imagine what you think you'll gain by it. All I'll gain is a compliant mistress, which makes things a great deal easier." "I'm a mistress, my love," she said sweetly. "I thought we were to be married." "I was thinking it might be more effective if I simply made you a kept woman. Marriage vows are damnably eternal, and I'm not convinced you're worth it." "Delightful. I gather from your servants that you're easily bored, and it would be so awkward for you if you were tired of me but unable to publicly court another woman." I don't publicly court women. They come to me, as you did. And you're so good at it, darling, she cooed. Living in sin suits me as well. After all, I haven't given up on the idea of true love and happy endings. Once we part ways, I might go to the continent if there aren't any blasted wars going on, set myself up in Paris. He leaned back in his chair, surveying her out of narrowed eyes. "Do you mean to tell me you're not in love with me, my angel?" he said in cool tones. She furrowed her brow, trying to look adorable and presumably failing. "Did you want me to be, my darling? I'm certain I can manage it if you'd like. I thought you preferred a reluctant partner." "You're not doing a very good job of being reluctant," he grumbled, his annoyance breaking through. She sighed. "I know. I have a terrible habit of being adaptable. Do remember that I have experience with being abducted. With Christopher St. John, I never shed a tear. I told him what I thought of him, for what good it did, and when it came time to bed me, I did my best to enjoy it." "Did you really?" He was now fascinated. "Alas, I found the entire business messy, painful, and almost comical. Those odd little appendages men have are so ridiculous." Little? She remembered those moments at the inn, when whatever was beneath her was far from tiny. Perhaps it might be a good idea to change the subject. "When I realized he was just going to keep doing it, I hit him over the head with a ewer and took off. I only wish I'd thought of that sooner and saved myself a lot of bother. But my point is, I'm very good at accepting things that are beyond my control. One would think ostracism from the ton would be the end of the world, but in fact I've been happier in my little house, doing what I want, not having to think about the balls and parties and almacs and husbands. No one can tell me what to do, though my family does try, and I'm quite delightfully free. So if you choose to simply despoil me, it will give me a great many more choices, including going back to Half Moon Street." She smiled brightly, taking a breath after so much prattle. "And what was this about love? I presume you were in love with Christopher St. John, weren't you?" Miranda pulled her feet up under her, getting comfortable. "The terrible truth is, I wasn't in love with him at all. We weren't supposed to run off together. I was simply going for a clandestine few hours at Vauxhall, just a little bit of masked adventure, and Christopher was very handsome, very attentive, and just a little bit wicked. What girl could resist wicked?" "What girl could resist wicked?" he echoed, astonished. "Are you suggesting women love villains?" "Well, we do find them terribly appealing. We keep thinking we can save them. It's no wonder women flock around you. It can't be for your charm of manner." She batted her eyes at him. His sharp bark of laughter surprised her. "I hope you aren't equally enamoured of villains, Lady Miranda." "Why? You're clearly a villain. Don't you want me to be madly in love with you?" He considered it for a moment. "I'll let you know," he said finally. "Lovely," she said, rising. "I'm going to go discover my new wardrobe. What a delightful thing for you to do, darling. You know how women love new clothes. I glanced at them last night, and I swear I'm going to have a hard time deciding what to wear." "Just as long as you wear nothing tonight when I come to you." She paused by the door, a slightly worried expression on her face. "Well, I'll have to wear something. My monthly courses just began, and it's awfully messy if I don't. Darling, are you ill?" She was all solicitude. "Hardly," he said amiably. "And how long do your monthly courses last?" "Oh, a week or 10 days," she said airily. "And I'm afraid I'm blessed with a very heavy flow, but I assume you don't mind. You're such a man of the world, you've doubtless dealt with this sort of thing before." She was gambling on his squeamishness, and she was more than willing to go into greater detail about her imaginary menses, but he simply nodded, not looking the slightest bit bothered. "I don't have any particular problem with it, but I expect you'll be happier if we wait." Ew, she thought. But then, anything about the entire process of mating seemed rather vile. "As you wish, my darling." "Stop calling me that!" he snapped, finally nettled. "Darling? Then what would you like me to call you?" "Lucien will do." Lucien was the name she used when she trusted him. Lucien was the way she still thought of him, unfortunately. "I was planning on being formal and calling you husband or Rochdale in public, but then, if we don't marry, that won't do. Endearments are so charming. If you call someone darling long enough, you'll start to believe it. And wouldn't you just love to have me adore you?" He raised an eyebrow. "I was under the impression that you already did." One to him, she thought, keeping her smile firmly fixed on her face. "Of course I do." "Well, I see you at luncheon." He surveyed her for a long contemplative moment. "I think I might find I have other things to do. I expect being around you and unable to touch you will be very difficult for me, and I might get snappish. I would hate to wound my sweet girl." Miranda almost gagged on the endearment. Oh, he was good at this. She simpered. "Nature has a way of being so inconvenient," she said soulfully. Then again, "There's always your mouth." "Rat scum bastard," she thought with a loving smile, trying to ignore the colour that rose to her cheeks. She knew exactly what he was talking about. Christopher had tried to get her to do that on the second night. It was a revolting thought, and Lucien knew it. "I worship and adore you, dearest, but if you think you're doing that to me, you're sadly mistaken." She accompanied her statement with an affectionate beam. "No, love. You'll be doing that to me, and I quite expect you'll want to. Would you care to wager?" Son of a bitch, she thought. "I think it's probably not a good idea to wager with my— what are you? My clandestine lover?" He shrugged. "I haven't decided. It might be marriage after all. I simply have to figure out which you'd prefer. And then do the opposite." "Exactly." She looked at him, determined not to call him by name. "Dearest," she began, "you really have the most mischievous nature. I'll do my best to keep you guessing." He rose then, coming to the door, and she wished she'd gotten the hell out of there a little faster. She'd been a fool to sit and banter with him. He was limping more than he had, and he was using his cane. That didn't prevent him from putting his hand on her arm and turning her around to face him. She didn't resist. She wasn't going to resist anything. She was going to smile and laugh and refuse to let him make her miserable. He released her arm and slid his hand up her throat to cup her chin, and she was suddenly terrified that he might kiss her. His kisses were dangerous, intoxicating, and she hadn't quite discovered how to inure herself to them. "My love," he murmured. "I have the dreadful feeling that I probably never will tire of you. We may as well be married." She held very still. "A charming proposal. And do you accept?" "Do I have a choice, my darling?" she said through slightly clenched teeth. "Not at all." And he covered her mouth with his. It was a light kiss, playful, his tongue running along the tight seam of her mouth, his long fingers stroking her throat. She wanted to open her mouth for him, but she kept her jaw clamped shut. Later, when she came up with a plan, she'd let him kiss her. She'd come up with something ridiculous to think about when he touched her, so she wouldn't start to tremble and melt as she was right now, and she was parting her lips, ready for more, when he pulled away. There was a strange look in his eyes. A week to 10 days, you say? I'm afraid so. Then clearly I'll have to find something else to do. Miss Jane Paget smelled like violets, Jacob thought miserably. If there was one fragrance that brought him to his knees, it was violets. It all went back to a sunny afternoon in Jamaica, with those wildflowers all around, crushed beneath their bodies as they made love. And now he couldn't even remember the girl. All he could remember was the sense of peace, of rightness on that cloudless afternoon. He was already having a hard enough time with Miss Jane Paget. Every time they stopped to rest the horses and she walked by him, he caught the scent and it made him crazy. He'd already promised they weren't driving through the night, or he would have damned well paid for the change of horses himself in order to get temptation away from him. At least she was safely ensconced in a bedroom upstairs, neat and clean in her little bed. Scorpion had arranged for fresh clothes for his bride's friend, and he'd brought them with him when he'd taken the coachman's place. They didn't fit half badly, though he'd estimated she'd had a bit more in the rump and less in the chest. Either way, she was too damned tempting for his peace of mind, he thought, sitting in the almost deserted tap-room, listening to her move around overhead. He'd taken a very circuitous route. He didn't want to risk running smack into an army of rescuers, and the inn was almost deserted. Long Molly still managed to find a likely prospect, and was at that moment, with her toes to Jesus, having a wonderful time. And it wasn't as if there weren't prospects for him as well. The barmaid was a buxom blonde, with a pretty face and a saucy smile, and he knew he could have her without trying. She'd be enough to take his mind off Miss Jane Paget. Maybe he could see if she could sneak into Miss Jane's room and steal her violet perfume. But the fact of the matter was, he didn't want Nancy or Betty or whatever her name was. He wanted Jane. He wanted to see if that kiss was anywhere near what he remembered. He sat for a long time, nursing his beer. It wouldn't do to get too drunk the first night out. He'd have a hell of a headache the next day. Though maybe that would help take his mind off his passenger. The problem was, the more he drank, the more amorous he became, and if he got truly foxed, he might very well go up and introduce himself, or at least a good hard part of himself, to Miss Jane Paget. The barmaid flounced off to the bed, alone. He had a bed in the stable, clean and warm, but he wasn't going there. He was going to spend the night beneath Jane, more fool he. The fire burned down, and Jacob didn't bother to replenish it. He leaned back, propping his long legs on the brass fender, and contemplated the ridiculousness of life. And it was there Jane found him, just as the clock on the landing struck 2. Chapter 15. Miranda was in her room for no more than a few minutes when Bridget appeared, looking slightly nervous as she helped her out of her nightclothes. "I'm that sorry I wasn't here earlier, m'lady. Mrs. Humber kept coming up with things to keep me busy, and then she forgot to make you a breakfast tray, and then his lordship stopped me on my way here, so it's no wonder it took me that long to get here." She looked nervous. "I'm talking too much, aren't I? Mrs. Humber says a proper lady's maid never speaks unless spoken to, never volunteers information, and she says I'll be a lady's maid when hell freezes over, begging your pardon, m'lady." "You'll be fine," Miranda said in a soothing voice, ignoring her sudden uneasiness. "What did his lordship want to talk to you about?" Bridget blushed a fiery red, and Miranda thought, "Oh, merde." She should have known he wouldn't take her word for things. He wanted to make sure you were comfortable up here, that you had everything you needed." "Such as?" Bridget was doing up her corset, pulling the laces tight, and Miranda took a deep breath, holding it in. He wanted to make certain you had everything you need, Bridget mumbled again. You already said that. Exactly what did he ask you about, Bridget? Miranda turned and caught Bridget by the arms, forcing her to meet her gaze even though she was fiery red. He wanted to make sure I could find rags for your monthlies. I was that embarrassed, my lady, that a gentleman would be asking about such things. But I couldn't very well not answer, and I told him that you said you just finished and wouldn't be needing anything for at least 3 weeks, possibly more, because you were never certain, and he just nodded and said, I thought as much, and I thought I might have said something wrong, but it was the master, and— Don't worry about it, Bridget, Miranda said calmly. She should have known he'd check. She was simply going to have to come up with some new excuse, like Scheherazade putting off her execution. The chair under the door handle might work, at least for one night. He wouldn't rouse the household by banging the door down. She would come up with something. She was blessed with an inventive mind, and if she could avoid doing that with Lucien de Malheur, she would, at least for as long as possible. If she had to, she could lie there and take it, recite poetry or poems in her head, count to 100 in Latin, anything to take her mind off what was happening to her body. In fact, that would be a most excellent way to avoid the deleterious effect of his kisses, of the way her skin warmed when he put his hands on her. Latin was the perfect antidote to desire. She was forced to admit the clothes he'd provided were beautiful and fit perfectly. How long had he been planning this, that he had an entire wardrobe made up by her own modiste? It would have taken a while. When, if, she ever got back to London, she was going to have to find a new dressmaker, one who didn't accept orders from strange gentlemen without the lady's consent. She wondered what a proper young lady would do in the circumstances. Not that she'd ever been a proper young lady, but she'd tried. An innocent young miss would refuse to wear clothes a gentleman paid for. She should probably insist that Bridget clean her soiled dress and wear that all the time. But that could present its own set of problems, particularly if she had to wait around in skimpy night rail. In fact, should she have slept naked rather than worn those clothes? Behaving in a decorous manner was long gone for her, and it would be foolish to ignore the lovely clothes. As long as she was going to be here, she may as well be decently dressed. He must have enjoyed his evil machinations. All the while he'd been gentle and charming and flirtatious, he'd been a lying snake. No, a lying scorpion. She only wished she could stomp him as effectively as the French landlord had stomped his pet. And yet, the thought of his pet, no matter how strange a creature it was, being killed by a stranger, was somehow heartbreaking. She knew little boys. She had many cousins, and boys had an absurd affection for the least cuddly of creatures. It was always possible that Lucien had kept his scorpion with him as a murder weapon, but she doubted it. He'd even named her. He was a man who refused to show true emotion, empathy, feeling, and yet she knew he'd mourned that blasted scorpion. She was quite hungry, and she ate everything on the tray, fruit and toast and lukewarm eggs. Bridget had no knowledge of a lady's hair, so she made do with hip-length plates, then tucking them into a bun at the back of her neck. Wisps of curls had an unfortunate tendency to frame her face, ruining the severe look, but she was determined not to let anyone get in her way. The first to try would be Mrs. Humber. She found that redoubtable lady in the kitchens of the big house, and she paused, momentarily appalled. The huge room smelled of rotting meat, mouldy cabbage, and things she didn't want to identify. Mrs. Humber was sitting at one end of a long, scarred table, a cup of tea in her hand, next to a smaller woman who looked even less welcoming. She wore a white apron stained with all sorts of nasty things, and Miranda guessed she was the cook. The two of them looked up at her, and Miranda stood her ground, waiting, her foot tapping softly beneath the hem of her skirt. And finally the two of them rose to their feet, their reluctance both arrogant and insulting. Miranda gave them a polite smile. "Good morning, Mrs. Humber. I'd like a tour of the house, if you please. I'll be interested in seeing just how bad the condition of the place is." "I'm very busy this morning," Mrs. Humber said. Miranda gave a speaking glance to the cup of tea. "I'm certain you can find the time," she said in a civil voice. "Now would be good for me." "I can't right now. I've got—" "Now would be best," she reiterated gently. Mrs. Humber glared at her, but made no more demurrals, and Miranda turned to her companion. "You must be cook. When we come back, I'll be interested in looking at menus for the next few days. I may want to make a few changes. For instance, I have a particular dislike of beets, and small birds distress me." "The master never questions my menus," the woman said in a hostile voice. "No, that's your mistress's business, isn't it? And please change your apron before we return. That one has seen better days. If you need to order more, then see to it." Cook might have hated her even more than Mrs. Humber, Miranda thought cheerfully, but short of outright rebellion, there was nothing she could do about it. She made one attempt. "I'll talk to his lordship about this," she said in a sullen voice. "I have little doubt he'll insist you change your apron as well. If you wish to waste his time with domestic squabbles, you may certainly attempt it. In my experience, the Earl is easily irritated, but if you think he will find this of interest, be sure to go ahead and let me know the results." There was pure hatred in the woman's beady eyes, reflected in Mrs. Humber's eyes as well. A good beginning, Miranda decided, unruffled. "Come on, then," the woman said. "I haven't got all day." Miranda had been prepared for the absolute worst, but in the end she was pleasantly surprised. The house was very old, built sometime in the latter half of the 16th century, but it appeared basically sound, the roof intact, though there was clearly a problem of rising damp in several areas. As far as she could see, the most pressing problem was neglect. No one had cleaned or dusted the majority of the rooms in what appeared to be decades, and the smell of mouse and moth was an unappetizing undernote to the wood and wool of the old house and its hangings. It appeared that Mrs. Humber saw to it that only the rooms Lucian needed were kept clean. The rest was simply closed up and forgotten about. She counted 17 bedrooms, a number with modern powder closets. Hers was far from the largest, and at least one was cleaner, doubtless the bedroom used by whatever doxy Lucian had brought with him in the past. She wasn't sure whether to be offended or relieved. Mrs. Humber stopped at Lucian's door. "It's not my place to show you in there," she said. "Why? Is it full of skeletons and murdered brides?" Mrs. Humber was not amused. "It's the master's suite." "Is it as filthy as the rest of the house? I would think the Earl would insist that at least this room be cleaned." "We clean it." "Then what are you afraid of? I gather his lordship has gone out for a ride, so we shan't run into him." "If you wish to go in, then I won't stop you, my lady," Mrs. Humber said in a low voice. "But I only enter when the master requests it." "I'm not so cow-hearted," Miranda replied, and pushed open the door to Bluebeard's chamber. Indeed, the room was dark and dreary enough to have held the remains of a score of dead wives, if the old fairy tale were true. It only had a light layer of dust, but the walls had dark, worm-eaten panelling, the curtains the same heavy brown velvet. She looked around her, assiduously avoiding the bed for as long as she could. It was a massive thing, with dark hangings and heavy linen sheets. She could imagine him lying there. She could imagine him there, naked, with a woman, his pale eyes intent, his long, clever hands stroking, touching, arousing. She shivered, turning away. He had a small dressing room, with a cot for his valet, a powdering closet, and even a small sitting room, all relatively clean, if dark and depressing. It was little wonder he had such a dark soul, living as he did in such gloomy places. The house in London wasn't much cheerier, at least as far as she could see. She was surprised to find Mrs. Humber still waiting for her when she emerged. "Well, my lady," she said in a frosty tone, "we'll need, as a conservative guess, at least 12 women. 4 to serve as chambermaids, 4 as parlour-maids for the public rooms, and the remaining 4 to do laundry and scullery service. Bridget says you have her doing both, which might work out very well with no one in the house, but with it being opened, we'll need a great deal more help." "And what about Bridget?" Mrs. Humber demanded. "She's slovenly, but I have need of her." "I'm training Bridget to be my personal maid." Mrs. Humber snorted with laughter. "That girl is lazy and disrespectful. I was about to turn her off." "Then you won't be missing her. 12 maids, Mrs. Humber, plus I think at least 4 footmen for the heavy work." "My Ferdy can handle that just fine." Miranda controlled her instinctive shudder at the memory of the unprepossessing Ferdy. That was when the house was deserted. "I don't think he's planning on filling the place with anyone but you, my lady." "And are you privy to Lord Rochdale's plans, Mrs. Humber?" The woman subsided. She knew too much. She probably listened at keyholes. "What's Cook's name?" Miranda started back toward the kitchens, and the old woman had no choice but to follow her. "Mrs. Carver." Miranda chortled. A perfect name. "Why?" Clearly Mrs. Humber was totally devoid of sense of humour, and Miranda knew better than to try to explain it to her. By the time they reached the kitchen, the place was marginally cleaner. Someone had managed to wash the dishes. She suspected it was Bridget, and Mrs. Carver had indeed donned a fresh apron and even a tasteful cap for her flyaway grey hair. "You'll be getting 2 new helpers, Mrs. Carver, at the very least," Miranda announced, "plus 2 for the laundry as well, who can help out when needed. And that will be apart from the maids who actually serve the meals and tend to the needs of the owner. In the meantime, what were your plans for dinner tonight?" Mrs. Carver had more malice, but less courage than Mrs. Humber. "A consommé of veal and potato, followed by roasted pheasant stuffed with mushrooms. The fish course would be trout from his lordship's own waters, a brisket of beef with a remove of winter squash and asparagus, with lemon pie for dessert." "It sounds heavenly. I hope you can manage all that without Bridget's help. She'll be busy with me. If you're forced to pull back on the magnificence, I'm sure we'll survive with fewer courses." Mrs. Carver gave her a look of intense dislike. "I take my orders from the Earl." "Of course." Miranda was all affability. "Be certain to let me know his response." What a treacherous little darling she was, Lucian thought coolly, prattling on about such wholly feminine matters as if she were discussing gardening, all without a blush, over the subject matter or the lie. He was becoming quite in awe of her. When he'd first begun to lure her into his net, he'd found he had a reluctant admiration for her ability to turn her back on the ton as effectively as they turned their back on her. He'd enjoyed conversing with her, flirting with her so discreetly that she hadn't even realized that was what he was doing. She'd simply responded in kind. And there was something about her smooth, pale skin, her rich brown hair, her warm brown eyes that unexpectedly aroused him. In fact, despite St. John's clumsiness, he found he didn't regret her initial ruination one bit. Granted, he'd hoped to accomplish his revenge and still keep a distance, but that was before he'd seen her. He was quite grateful for the fact that she wasn't a virgin, no matter how badly St. John had botched it. Deflowering was a tedious business, never worth the trouble. He liked the fact that she found sexual congress tedious, and the thought of any kind of variation quite unsupportable. He could just imagine her reaction when he used his mouth on her, which, of course, he intended to do. And she would do the same to him, of her own accord eventually. He had little doubt he could arouse her to such a fever pitch that she'd do absolutely anything if he gave her a slight nudge in that direction. He was going to enjoy this immensely. He was, admittedly, concerned about Jacob Donnelly, Jane Paget, and the Carrymore diamonds. It would be a wise idea to get that solitaire off the girl's hand, and soon, before anyone else saw it and recognized it. Once it was removed from its setting and recut, no one would ever know where it came from. But in the meantime, she was wearing the equivalent of gunpowder on her hand. Jacob might find it amusing to play with fire. He himself was less entranced. And who the hell did the man think he was? Some damned romantic hero? It wasn't like Jacob to have slipped the bloody thing on her finger. He'd always been extremely hard-hearted when it came to business. He needed to make certain that Miss Paget had been returned to the bosom of her family. Then and only then could Jacob arrange for one of his minions to steal it. He needed to make certain the Rohans hadn't begun a call to arms. He needed to take his time with Lady Miranda. The slower, more measured her downfall, the greater pleasure it would accord him. He would begin tonight, but by tomorrow he'd be gone, leaving her to rattle around this old place with Mrs. Humber. He had no doubt that by the time he returned, she'd be at least a bit more cowed. Palfrey House was enough to pull the joy out of anyone. He had his horse saddled, heading out into the misty afternoon, pleased that Miranda would once more be denied sunshine. She would learn to live like a mole. Her eyes would narrow as she peered through the gloom. Though that would be a shame, with such deliberately enchanting brown eyes. He would come up with the coup de grace. He always did, when life was looking woefully tedious. In the meantime, things were simple. Tonight he would begin the total ruination and subjugation of Lady Miranda Rohan. Tomorrow he would be gone. Chapter 16. Jane wasn't quite sure why she'd ventured downstairs in the middle of the night in this deserted inn. To be sure, she'd been sleeping so much in the carriage that she was having trouble closing her eyes. But it was something more, some mystery that she wasn't sure she wanted to consider, and it had to do with their driver, the tall groom that dear Mrs. Grudge had warned her against. She pulled a loose dress over her nightgown and crept down the staircase, loath to wake anyone, including her temporary companion. Her room at the inn was small, the bed was lumpy, and if she couldn't sleep, she'd rather be sitting in a chair. Anything to ease the ache at the small of her back. The ground floor of the Cross and Crown Tavern consisted of the front room for the riffraff, a private salon for hire, and the tap room. The fire had died out in both the salon and the large room, but she could see the warm glow from the tap room in the distance, and she headed toward it, drawn like a moth to the flame. A wing chair had been drawn up to the blaze, the perfect spot. She headed straight for it, and then stopped, panicked. It was occupied. She saw the long legs first, propped on the fender, and she tried to back up, but she'd already managed to wake him, and he rose to his feet, still half asleep. It was the groom. Without his cumbersome cap, she could see his face and head quite clearly, and she could see why he wreaked havoc among all the women of the household. He was utterly, wickedly handsome, with guinea-gold hair, the bluest of eyes, and a mouth made for sin. His long, lean body, clad in de Maleur's dark livery, was just delightful. He loomed over her, and she thought she could see a peculiar light in his eyes. They were surprisingly merry as they surveyed her, from her loose, tousled hair to her feet, and she gasped as she realized just how improper this all was. She should turn and run back upstairs, but for the moment she was frozen. "I'm so sorry," she said nervously, trying to act as if she held conversations with strange men in the middle of the night all the time, when there was only one other time she could remember. Indeed, that she couldn't forget. "I didn't mean to wake you. I thought you'd be sleeping in the stables." Oh no, that sounded terrible, she thought, like she thought he was one of the horses. But where did drivers sleep? But he smiled down at her, that slow, lazy smile. "Aye, your ladyship," he said. "They said they had a bed for me, but like as not it's that cold, and the bed might have bugs, or I'd need share it with another ostler. And I figure a chair in front of a good fire won't do no harm, and it'd be a right treat for me, after such a long, rainy drive." "That's true. You were out in this awful weather," she said, immediately feeling guilty. While they'd bowled along in relative comfort, he'd been up on the box getting drenched. Her practical side came into play immediately. "You could have caught your death. Have your clothes dried properly? Sitting around in wet clothes is a certain way to catch pneumonia. I hope you had something warm to drink." His charming smile turned wicked. "Are you asking me to take off me clothes, your ladyship? Because I'll gladly oblige, just to see if they're still wet, don't you know, though I'm not sure what I'll do while I wait." Jane stepped back, not bothering to keep the look of shock from her face. "Mrs. Grudge warned me that you weren't to be trusted." The groom didn't look the slightest bit chagrined. "Did she now?" He moved toward her, just a bit. "I didn't mean no harm, your ladyship. There's no need to get on your high ropes about it. I was just having a wee bit of fun with you." There was something odd about the man, something strangely familiar. It was the kind of face a girl wouldn't forget, particularly a shy, romantic, love-starved girl about to settle for a stultifying marriage. She stared at him, her outrage fading slightly, turning to curiosity. "You didn't talk like that before." She could tell she'd startled him, and he fell back a pace, looking troubled. "Ow, my lady, I've lived a great many places, and I talks like a lot of different people. Don't mean no harm by it, I don't." No, there was something definitely havey-cavey about this man, and her curiosity overwhelmed her good sense. "Do I know you? You seem familiar." It was only fleeting, the look of discomfiture in his bright blue eyes, and then his expression changed, almost like one putting on a loo mask, and he leered at her. "I wouldn't forget so pretty lady like you." She looked at him, anger stronger than her discomfiture. "You needn't bother, Jacobs," she said, though her voice shook slightly. "Perhaps you think you're required to flatter your employers, or perhaps it simply comes naturally to you, but I know perfectly well that I'm not a pretty lady and never have been, so leave off, please." "You need a mirror." His voice was different, without the wheedling, servile accent, and she looked at him with suspicion. "Begging your pardon, your ladyship," he continued, and the accent was back, part Yorkshire, part Irish, with a bit of Cockney thrown in. He truly was the mongrel he'd said. "And what can I be doing for you this fine evening?" On impulse, she held out her hand, the one with the diamond. Do you have any idea how do I get this off? He stared down at it for a long moment, but surprisingly there was no acquisitive gleam in his eye. How should I know, miss? You might ask Mrs. Grudge. I did. She was thinking axle grease. Since you're the driver, you'd be the one to have access to such. Lord love you, my lady. It's in the middle of the night, and it's cold as a witch's tit out there, begging your pardon. I'll get you some in the morning before we leave. But why would you be wanting to get rid of a fine piece of the sparklies like that? It's stolen, she said nervously, and my fiancé might have a problem with it. Happen as he might, he allowed. You know, you ought to be up in bed, my lady. We've a long day on the road tomorrow, and you shouldn't be down here alone with the likes of me. I'm too stiff to sleep, she confessed. So am I, he said, looking oddly amused. Poor man. It didn't matter how disreputable he was. He'd spent the day out in the pouring rain, and she could hardly kick him out. She took a deep breath. Well then, Jacobs, why don't you bring me another chair, and we can both stay down here? He didn't move, looking down at her. Oh, God, that was a terrible idea, Jane thought belatedly, feeling the colour flood her face. She knew better than to suggest such a thing. He was a womanizer, and it sounded like she'd just issued an invitation for dalliance. I mean, she began nervously, that is— He simply smiled down at her, and there was none of the leering aggression. No worries, my lady. I knew what you meant. I was just about to find my own bed over the stable. I'll leave you in sole possession of this very fine chair and this very fine fire, and tomorrow I'll bring you the best axle grease to be had. She breathed a sigh of relief. That sounds like an excellent idea, Jacobs, she said gratefully, and she settled into his recently abandoned seat. It was still warm from his backside, and the whole thing felt completely improper, but she could hardly jump up again. She had to pretend she was entirely comfortable with this bizarre midnight encounter. She'd been avoiding looking at him, keeping her eyes focused on his shoulder when necessary, but now she looked up, into his handsome, reckless face, into his blue eyes, and she knew. Impossible, she told herself. Absolutely impossible. "Good night, your ladyship," he said, bobbing his head, and he backed out of the room, disappearing into the night. Bloody hell, that was a close call, Jacob thought, heading out into the rainy night. When she'd said he sounded different, he was certain she'd recognized him, that she was referring to the Caramore's ball and the kiss in the dark. But no, she hadn't meant that at all. She'd meant when he first took over driving. He'd slipped into a bit of Irish when he was flirting with her. It always happened that way. He'd better watch it. The Irish was just a little too close to his voice when he was rubbing up against her in the midst of a jewellery robbery. He should have left the moment she walked in the room. But she smelled like violets, and he couldn't let it be. At least she didn't suspect him, he thought in relief, ignoring his irritation at her mention of her fiancé. He shouldn't have said he was stiff, but she, poor wee lamb, had no idea what he was talking about. What a randy, improper soul he was, particularly when she was around. And she'd smiled at him. Bloody hell! He wished she wouldn't smile like that. It had been all he could do not to pull her into his arms and kiss her again, the way he'd been dreaming of for the last week. He could still see her in his chair, her slippered feet propped up on the brass fender. She had long legs, and he could just imagine them wrapped around him. He could see her ankles, and they were so beautiful he wanted to sink to his knees and start working his way up from them with his mouth. But instead, he'd bowed his way out of the room and into the cold night rain. and it was a damned good thing. He wouldn't be surprised if the rain hissed against his skin, he was that heated up. Not for the likes of him. He needed to get her safely home, get the damned ring off her finger, and then forget all about her while she went on with her life and married her worthy fiancé. He just wasn't sure he could do it. It was a bleak, rainy day at Palfrey House, and there was still no sign of Lucian. Miranda, after having survived a thoroughly depressing tour of the place, chose the tiny drawing room near the library. It was painted in drab colours that had once been soft pastels of some sort, and the furniture was delicate, indicating that at one point it must have been the ladies' parlour. She held her fine lawn handkerchief, one of a dozen monogrammed ones that had been provided, up to her face as she took an errant pillow and used it to brush several layers of dust off the desk and chair. She mended the nib of the brittle pen, found a bottle of ink that hadn't yet dried up, and began her inventory. Some of the rooms needed little more than a robust cleaning. Even some of the curtains could be saved once they'd survived a thorough beating to get the thick, choking dust out of them. And while most of the bedding was sadly moth-eaten and worm-chewed, there was enough in sturdy shape for the time being. A number of the rooms hadn't fared so well. The mould and damp had spread up the wall in several of the back bedrooms, necessitating a carpenter and the removal of some fine medieval panelling, and paint was peeling in several of the bedrooms, including Lucian's. There was broken furniture in almost every room that needed to be hauled away and either repaired or discarded. Windows to be washed and reglazed, floors to be scrubbed. It would take an army of servants, possibly more than she'd already told Mrs. Humber to hire. Half a dozen men would be useful as well for the heavier work. Her captor didn't return for the midday meal. She told herself that was a relief, had a tray in her withdrawing room, and continued with her lists. She would start with her room. Get rid of those dusty curtains, which were drab and depressing. She would see if the local seamstress could come up with something suitable, rather than order window hangings from London, which would take forever. She didn't like the idea of sleeping with curtainless windows. It would feel like blank eyes staring in at her while she slept. Her fireplace needed to be cleaned and scrubbed, not to mention all the chimneys of the house, which had to number in the dozens. The rug was beginning to unravel, and sooner or later she'd catch her foot in it and go sprawling. There were any number of rugs throughout the place that were still in one piece that she could have cleaned and moved. Her villain didn't return for dinner. Not that she minded, she told herself, stretching to ease the ache in her shoulders. She'd been cooped up too long, both in the carriage and now in the house. Tomorrow she would go for a good long hike, rain or no rain. She was no frail flower likely to melt. Growing up with 3 brothers tended to make one sturdy. Bridget had done what she could in the bedroom, beating some of the dust out of the curtains and opening the windows to receive it. She'd scrubbed the fireplace as well, and the room looked almost welcoming when she finally gave up and headed upstairs. It was after 10. The book she'd taken from the library had ceased to interest her, and clearly her heartless rat of a seducer wasn't coming home at all. Bridget had removed the bed curtains, and a lovely coolness lingered in the air from the open windows. She hummed beneath her breath as Bridget helped her out of her clothes and into a nightdress, to prove to herself and her maid that she wasn't the slightest bit nervous. He'd chosen to spend the night abroad. He could be blown away in the winds for all she cared. She waited until Bridget left, then climbed out of bed and took the straight-back chair, slipping it beneath the door handle. There was absolutely no need, of course. The door itself had a very efficient lock on it, and he'd shown no interest in her after that moment in the wayside inn. If his only desire to have relations with her was out of revenge, He probably had to work up interest in the entire procedure, which was a depressing proposition, but better for her in the long run. He might never get in the mood. The rain stopped sometime after midnight. The sudden silence woke her, accompanied by a pop and hiss from her fire. She glanced out the uncurtained windows. The moon was peeping from behind fast-moving clouds, shining through the rivulets of rainwater on the windows, and she lay in bed unmoving, watching each little stream slither down the glass. She wasn't one easily given to tears, and she wasn't about to succumb at that particular moment. But she doubted if she'd ever felt so alone in her entire life. Off in the middle of nowhere, and no one, not family nor friends, would know where to find her. Tomorrow she'd face her altered world with energy and determination. Here in the midnight hours, things felt relatively hopeless. "You think a chair would keep me out?" She shrieked, bolting up in bed, slamming a hand to a racing heart, and then turned and cast a bitter expression at Lucien de Malheur. "You almost gave me apoplexy," she said. "You shouldn't sneak up on people like that." "I didn't sneak up on you. I've been standing here watching you for the last 5 minutes, listening to you snore." "I do not snore." He shrugged. "Perhaps it's more like a purr. I trust it won't keep me awake at night." "I doubt it will, since we're not likely to be anywhere near each other when we sleep," she snapped, and then belatedly remembered her strategy. It was with huge reluctance that she plastered a smile on her face. "Unless you've changed your mind about marrying me." She had the unpleasant suspicion that he could see right through her, but he replied in a civil enough manner. "Which would you prefer, my precious? Living in sin or holy matrimony?" She knew perfectly well he'd go with the opposite of whatever she picked. She'd already survived one clandestine elopement against her will. A second one could hardly make things worse. "I think above all things I should love to be married," she said in a nauseatingly breathless voice. "I do realize we can't have a large wedding, most likely only the two of us at the local church, but every girl dreams about being married. Besides, that would make me a countess, and think how lovely that would be." She smiled brightly. He looked at her for a long moment. "Marriage it is," he said. And then he laughed. "Don't look so crestfallen, dear Miranda. We'll have our small private marriage ceremony, and then I promise you a full-blown wedding with lots of guests." "Really?" she said doubtfully. "Trust me," he said in a charming voice. "Now move over. And don't annoy me with any more lies about your menses. Yes, I'm in awe of the lengths you're willing to go to manipulate me." Miranda stayed exactly where she was. "Why? Don't you want to wait for our wedding night?" "Perhaps. At this point, I don't know if I want more than a taste. Just to make certain I'm still interested." "And how will you discover that?" "It will depend on how much I want to continue what I'm doing. Whether your responses bore or inspire me. Mind you, I'm perfectly capable of handling the business whether I find you attractive or not, and I will do so. I'm just curious to see whether you're still as attracted to me as you were initially." She couldn't help her derisive snort of laughter. "La, sir, you do think highly of yourself. Why would you presume I'd be attracted to you?" "You mean because I'm scarred and lame?" he asked mildly, entirely at ease. Colour flooded her face. "I'm sorry, I didn't even think of that. I don't really notice it." His face was unreadable. "That's quite touching, my angel. If I were a foolish man, I'd believe you." She managed to regain her composure. "And you are certainly not a foolish man," she said, hoping the colour would fade from her cheeks. "What exactly did you want? Another kiss?" "No, my love," he said easily. "I want to get between your legs." And he reached out and began to pull the covers down. Chapter 17. Lucien de Malheur was amused. Lady Miranda Rohan was looking at him as if he had suggested he was going to sprout wings and fly. Did she seriously think he was going to leave her alone in her chaste, albeit not virginal bed? He wondered if she'd grow angry or burst into tears. Instead, to his momentary discomfort, she let out a trill of laughter. "Oh, heavens, my lord! You had me worried for a moment. Of course you aren't serious." She'd grabbed for the covers and was trying to yank them back up over her. But he was a great deal stronger and had no intention of letting her pull them up. "Of course I am, dear lady. Are you cold? Perhaps I should build up the fire." "Why?" she said, stammering only slightly. "Because you aren't going to have anything covering you. Except me." She gulped, and somehow managed to reach inside herself and pull out that flashing smile of hers. "You're extremely saucy, my lord. I don't think so." He'd moved away from her. His leg was giving him trouble, but he didn't bother to disguise it. He was still bothered by her artless statement. She'd meant it. She didn't see his scars or lameness. In fact, she was embarrassed that she hadn't been more aware. When she looked at him, she saw him, not his scars, and that was rare and oddly disturbing. He felt as if he'd been thrown off balance. It was a shock, when he was so used to keeping to the shadows. He was acutely aware of his own dragging walk whenever his leg pained him too much, and he'd never been fond of mirrors. He didn't like to be reminded of the claw marks on his skin, those permanent memories of a barbed whip brandished by a madwoman. His back was worse, a horror. Even Jacob Donnelly had been shocked the first time he'd seen it, and Jacob knew nightmares beyond measure. Lucien rose from the bed to put wood on the fire, watching her out of the corner of one eye to make certain she didn't try to run. There were hardly enough servants to keep this place going, and he was more than capable of loading a fire himself. Mrs. Humber had already complained that his future bride was insisting she hire more servants, and she maintained there weren't any available. But he knew she lied. Most women lied, including the one in bed watching him with warm brown eyes. "Why don't you start by taking off that oh-so-fetching nightgown, my pet?" he murmured, moving back toward her. "After all, why should there be any secrets between us? We're to be man and wife, after all. You're getting a title and a considerably advantageous marriage, given that you managed to ruin yourself. I may as well see what I'm getting out of the bargain." "Alas, nothing very exciting, my lord, I assure you," Miranda said in her mock-cheerful voice. "I'm nothing above ordinary. Some might even consider me a little plump, but they'd be rude." "And I would never be rude," he murmured, watching her. She was making no move to unfasten her clothing. "Tell me more." He took a seat at the foot of her bed, and she let out a little squeak of dismay as she pulled her feet out of the way. And then she laughed, with almost all trace of nervousness vanished. "I'm not very tall, and not very short. In truth, average. My breasts are too small, my hips a little too generous. I have excellent teeth and skin, and while my hair is a boring brown, its length and texture are to be admired. I haven't seen it down yet. Why don't you unfasten your plaits and show me?" She shook a playfully admonishing finger. She really had no idea this was a losing battle. "If I did, my hair would be a mare's nest of tangles, and I'd spend the better part of the day combing them out. It's not that interesting. It's simply long and brown." "Is it long enough to cover you like Lady Godiva?" "I have no idea. The idea of being naked on a horse never appealed to me. That's a great deal too bad. I find the notion quite entrancing. Just a flicker of a glare, and then she gave him her sunny smile once more. Indeed, I can't fathom why you'd want to bother with me, my lord. I know perfectly well that you've had some of the great beauties of the world as your mistresses. And haven't you wondered why? Her lovely forehead furrowed. Why? She echoed, puzzled. And then she remembered. Oh, well, I expect you make love in the dark, she said naively. Christopher St. John always did. He couldn't stop himself. He laughed. No, my love, my soon-to-discover wife, I do not make love in the dark. I like to see what I'm enjoying. If women have objections to my appearance, I soon make them forget about them. Well, you see, she said, faintly exasperated. You sounded as if you didn't believe me when I said I forgot about your scars. But you wander around like Lord Byron, all broody and interesting and romantical, and it's no wonder women fall at your feet like things that fall at your feet. And Byron's almost as lame as you are. He stared at her in real horror. Romantical? He echoed in total disgust. Broody? Like that ass Byron? My dear Miranda, you have a tongue like a barbed whip. He used the phrase deliberately, like prodding a sore tooth to see if it still hurt. It did. This time her smile was genuine, a pleased grin that she'd managed to wound his amour-propre. Well, if you don't want to be a mysterious romantic hero, you need to gain at least 2 or 3 stone, talk about finance, and belch. Your clothes are too dramatic as well. I think colours would suit you rather than the funereal black you mope around in. Perhaps a nice puce, or a pale chartreuse, and you could cut your hair. It's too long for fashion nowadays. Something à la Brutus would make you very much more ordinary. My hair covers my scarring. But we've agreed that no one notices your scarring once they're around you. You woo them like a big, fat, hairy black spider, and no matter how much they struggle, they're helpless. For some reason, I can't quite imagine a spider wooing. He didn't even bother trying to hide his amusement. And I haven't noticed you being particularly helpless. The top button, if you please. I don't, please. The room is cold, and we're not yet married, and— The top button, or I'll do it myself. She reached for the top button of a high-necked nightdress. The buttons were small and delicate, mother-of-pearl, and there were far too many of them. He was going to enjoy the slow unveiling, unless she argued too much, in which case he was simply going to rip them open, letting buttons fly everywhere. The first button came undone, and he could see the hollow at the base of her throat. Such an erotic spot, he thought absently. Isn't it rather late for a social call, my lord? She said, putting her hands back in her lap and clasping them firmly. This isn't a social call. It's a conjugal one. Next button. Not likely. The next button. There was the briefest hint of a glare, and then that sunny smile. She unfastened it, and he could see the lovely little indent where her collarbones met. I presume you aren't a practitioner of rape, my lord, she said in a tranquil voice. You presume correctly. So no matter how many buttons I unfasten, you aren't about to force yourself upon me, are you? No. You may strip down naked and dance around the room like a houri, and I won't take you unless you ask me to. She considered him for a moment. I would feel more secure, if not for the occasion of our wager in the coaching inn. You're uncommonly skillful in the manipulation of women. I've studied the art quite thoroughly. He crossed his knees. Toss me a pillow, love, before you undo the next button. I want to be comfortable. He could read her mind so easily. She wanted to tell him she needed all her pillows, but that would give him the excuse to move up on the bed, and she certainly didn't want that. She pulled a soft pillow from behind her back and tossed it to him, then unfastened the third button. He pushed back his hair. His long, Byronic hair, damn her, and watched her. He liked this part the best. The slow, steady arousal that would become overwhelming until he spent himself in a soft, sweet body. Only her feet were still under the covers, and he wanted to rip the sheets away and toss them on the floor, then put his hands on her calves, spreading her legs for him. This was going to be a challenge, getting her to let go, but he'd always enjoyed challenges. He stayed very still. "One more," he said softly. That button would open the white nightgown to the tops of her breasts, the ones she said were too small. They seemed quite lovely to him, beneath their virginal covering. He was looking forward to seeing them, tasting them, sucking on them as he slowly thrust in and out of her body. "Don't look at me like that," she said, forgetting to hide the nervousness in her voice. "Like what, my sweet?" "Like a predator." And then she pulled herself together, letting out a little trill of laughter that normally would have annoyed him. He knew Miranda too well, knew the nervousness beneath her insouciant behavior, and he recognized it for the paltry defense it was. He was going to be interested to see how long she could keep it up, if she would smile and chatter even as he pushed inside her. "Listen to me, what a fanciful creature I have become," she said gaily. "No doubt it is due to our very Gothic mansion, my lord. You're about to undo another button on your nightgown. You should call me Lucian. You did before." Her eyes met his for a moment, devoid of artifice. And then she batted her eyelashes at him. "That was a different man, I'm afraid. You weren't who I thought you were." It shouldn't bother him. It didn't bother him. It was too bad she wanted a Caliban to a Miranda. How simplistic. He was a villain, and he would be a fool to pretend otherwise. "I can always unfasten that button for you." She undid it. Her nightgown was now open partway down the valley between her breasts. They were small, but as far as he could tell, quite perfect. "Pull your gown apart," he said lazily. She looked at him in utter stillness. "You're going to lie with me tonight, aren't you?" "I already told you, yes. And it won't be rape." And to his surprise, she let out a huge, long-suffering sigh. "Very well, if you insist," she said in a bored tone of voice. "I do think we should wait till we're married, but if you're that eager, I can hardly deny you." She pushed the gown toward her shoulders, exposing the swell of her breasts, the valley between them. "You aren't going to fight me?" "It would be a waste of time. I've told you more than once I'm pragmatic. Why make something even more unpleasant than it already is?" "I do believe my love-making is not generally considered to be unpleasant," he murmured. "Well, they'd hardly tell you the truth, would they?" Such an innocent. Such a delightfully untried innocent, who still blessedly had gotten rid of her infernal hymen, so he didn't have to bother with that part, the blood and the pain and the tears. He'd only taken one virgin in his life, when he himself had been untried, and he swore he would never do it again. But someone who was almost totally unaware of what actually could lie between a man and a woman was delightful beyond belief. "I believe there are ways to tell, my darling Miranda." She looked doubtful, but she lay back against the pillows, her long brown plaits making her look absurdly young. "If you say so. Are you certain I can't change your mind about this?" "Absolutely certain." And he started toward her, moving up the bed like the stalking beast she'd likened him to. She could smash a ewer over his head, Miranda thought, but there were none in reach. She could get up, tell him she must use the necessary, but he'd probably insist on accompanying her. She'd tried arguing, she'd tried charming him, and nothing had worked. She had really hoped to get out of this predicament without having to endure love-making again, but that had always been an unlikely goal. And in truth, it would be no epic disaster. She had no maidenhead or reputation to lose. He could do whatever he wanted with her, and it would make no difference. The worst thing that could happen is that she'd respond to his touch, his kiss, assuming he was going to kiss her as part of the whole act. Christopher hadn't, but then he hadn't liked kissing. Miranda had discovered that she did. At least, unfortunately, she liked kissing Lucien, no matter what a snake in the grass he was. Whether she wanted to or not, her body reacted to his mouth and hands on her, which might make the invasion and pain and humiliation of the sex act all the worse. Not that it would matter to him. He was too intent on getting what he wanted. He was moving toward her like the predator he was, and she lay very still, watching him approach. She could do this if she had to, and clearly she must. "Do you mind blowing out the candles?" she asked politely. "I think I'd be more comfortable in the dark." "I imagine you would be. Then you could pretend I'm someone else." He was leaning over her, and she felt very small and helpless. She didn't like that feeling, not one bit. "Tell me, my precious, is there anyone who's taken your fancy over the last few years? Some stalwart young man you could have taken to husband if you hadn't had your fall from grace?" She wondered what he'd do if he knew the truth. "Only you, my dove," she said with facetious sweetness to hide her honesty. He would assume she was taunting him, and she was happy with that. Perhaps she could even convince him that her helpless response was all part of the game. Because, in fact, he was the only man she'd ever thought about willingly bedding, about marrying, about loving. He had a beautiful mouth. Some of the scarring reached down across the corner of it, and without thinking she reached up and touched it with the tips of her fingers, very softly, a caress that he wouldn't recognize as such. "What happened to you?" she asked softly. His pale eyes turned cold. "Is that supposed to drive me away, my sweet? I'm afraid I'm made of sterner stuff than that. A woman with a whip did that to me." She let her fingers touch the shallow furrows across his temple and brow, gentle, soothing. She wanted to keep touching him, to brush away the pain. But why? Why would anyone want to hurt you like that? His mouth curved in a cynical smile. "Wouldn't you?" She brought up her other hand to cradle his face, her thumbs brushing against his lips. "No." She couldn't help it. "At times I may want to kill you, but I'd never want to hurt you." "You realize how ridiculous that sounds?" His voice was low, hypnotic, his mouth very near hers now. "Yes," she whispered, and she brought his face to hers and kissed him. She felt his body jerk in astonishment, and for a moment she was afraid she'd done it wrong, or that he didn't like kissing. She tried to pull back, but he pulled her against him and kissed her back, full, hard, and deep, kissing her so thoroughly she was breathless, trembling. This was the way he would have kissed her if he cared about her, if he loved her. She could always pretend, couldn't she? He rolled her back upon the pillows, his mouth still clinging to hers. She closed her eyes, absorbed in the touch, the flavor of his mouth, letting herself dance into the kiss, reach its center, Let the pleasure pour out around her like rays of sunlight, and she wanted to sing with wordless delight. He lifted his head, and his eyes were glittering in the candlelight as he looked down at her. His long hair fell about his face, hiding the scars, and she wanted to brush it away, but her hands were trapped beneath their bodies as he ran his mouth down the center of her neck, tasting, biting the soft skin. And she felt tiny shivers suffuse her. He kissed the hollow at the base of her throat, and she felt his tongue against her skin. She felt his mouth against the hammering pulse at the side of her neck, as he seemed to inhale the rapid beat, and then he moved to lie down beside her, one hand still capturing her shoulder, turning her to face him. That was when she realized he'd finished undoing the buttons, and the nightgown was halfway down her shoulders. Her breasts were exposed in the cool night air, and she reached up to try to cover them, but he took care of that with one strong hand. "No need to be shy, my Miranda," he whispered. "We always knew it would get to this sooner or later." She didn't answer. She couldn't. She could no more continue with her cheery good nature than she could give in to the tears that seemed to be forming at the back of her throat for absolutely no reason. She hadn't cried over Christopher St. John. There was absolutely no reason to cry over Lucien. He was right. It was always coming to this, from the first moment she saw him. No, from the first moment she heard his voice and felt that incredible pull. She knew this man would be someone different in her life. He would take her, claim her, and then, she supposed, he'd abandon her as he'd threatened. It didn't matter. She didn't even like sex, but she wanted his body on top of hers, pushing inside her. She wanted to put her arms around him and hold him close while he sweated and strained and found his completion. She wanted to give everything she could to him, when she should have wanted to cut his throat. It made no sense, but his hand had slid down her body to her small breasts, and he was cupping one gently, learning the textures of it, his fingers playing with the hardened nipple, and she could feel a strange surge of response lower down between her legs. He leaned over and put his mouth on her breast, sucking her nipple into his mouth, and she arched off the bed, only her amazing self-control keeping her from crying out. It was an astonishing feeling. The slow, steady tug of his mouth at her breast, while his hand toyed with her other nipple. She'd been determined not to say anything, but somehow a tiny squeak of reaction broke through. He pulled his mouth away, licking her, and she needed him to move to her other breast, but he didn't. He seemed happy enough, placed closed-mouthed kisses against her collarbone, and she made a small, whimpering sound, one that couldn't be of need, could it? He raised his head, and his expression was cool, controlling, though his pale eyes were filled with heat. "Ask me," he said. She closed her mouth tightly, biting down on her lip. She wouldn't give him that satisfaction. He couldn't just make her give up that easily. He moved his head down, and his nose brushed against the side of her breast. "Just say please, Miranda. That's all you have to do." He used his tongue, gently lapping her skin, the valley between her breasts, moving no closer, and she bit down hard to keep from crying out. His tongue just danced across the tip of her nipple, a feather-light touch, and she couldn't help it. She writhed, wanting more. "Just ask, Miranda," he whispered in a light sing-song voice. His hand slid beneath the gown to touch her belly, holding her still as she twisted against him, trying to get more of him. 1,000 different curses came to mind, the angry, violent things she wanted to rain down on his head, but his hand splayed out across her belly, long, warm fingers, and she couldn't stand it any more. "Please," she gasped out. and she heard his damnable chuckle. But then it didn't matter, for his mouth latched onto her other breast, and her back arched as he drew her into his mouth, his tongue dancing across the pebbled nub as he sucked at her, hard. His fingers slid lower, and she felt a tiny explosion rocket through her, making her jerk against his restraining hand. She fell back, panting, confused, dizzy. He was pulling her gown completely off, but she no longer cared. She could barely move, but she could see him quite well. My, you are responsive, my pet. Now what do you think you might like next? I have all sorts of interesting ideas. She was managing to focus again, and she looked up at him dazedly. He was slowly unfastening his cravat, and he looked at the length of silk for a long contemplative moment, and that dangerous smile curved his lips. "We'll leave this for later, shall we?" he murmured, carefully draping it around the bedpost. He leaned back, that animal smile dancing around his mouth. In the darkness, the scarring on his face was invisible, and she found she missed it. It was part of him, nothing she needed to hide from, and she wanted to reach her fingers up to touch the hardened furrows across his cheek. She didn't. "You really have extraordinary breasts, and I would happily suckle you all night long, but I'm afraid I'm getting too needy for the business at hand. It's surprising how little self-control I have right now. Perhaps revenge is an aphrodisiac." Her eyes flew open. She'd forgotten. Forgotten this was simply an act of revenge, not of choice on his part. And the damnable thing was, it didn't matter. His hand was on her stomach, moving lower, stroking lower, and she felt his fingers touch her triangle of hair, and she tried to clamp her legs together, embarrassed. "It doesn't work that way, Miranda. Don't you remember?" he said softly. "Spread your legs for me, or I'll make you." She found her voice. "You said you wouldn't force me." "I lied. At this point I'd do anything to take you." "Including rape?" He was unmoved. "Precious, I just made you climax simply by sucking on your breasts. It won't be rape." His fingers moved lower, touching her intimately, and she felt another lightning-like shimmer of reaction. "Will it, my love?" In answer, she spread her legs, closing her eyes so she wouldn't see his triumphant smile. Chapter 18. Lucian knew exactly what he should do. She was lying in front of him, legs spread for him, acquiescent, no, more than acquiescent, wanting. He'd made her come so simply it astonished him. He should walk away. He should get up from the bed and walk away, for 1,000 reasons, not the least of which was how much he wanted her, so much that it made him vulnerable, and he despised being vulnerable. He had no illusions that once he took her, it would be enough. Once he took her, he would want more and more. Oh, eventually he would tire of her. He tired of everything, truly cared about nothing. But before that happened, he would be driven by a need for her, and he hated that. And indeed, walking away would be perfect. He would leave her trembling on the brink of total sexual surrender, and her physical frustration would shake her badly. She would have offered herself, and he could reject her, mirroring the pain that had driven his half-sister to kill herself. He could walk away. She'd opened her eyes again, looking at him through the dim shadows, almost as if she'd read his mind. She knew him too well, which was part of what drew him to her. She could anticipate his moves and counter them. A faint smile curved her mouth, the mouth he needed to feel on his body. Her pale body lay spread out in front of him, and this time she made no maidenly move to cover herself. "Have you changed your mind, my lord? What a shame. Could you retrieve my covers on your way out? I'm a bit chilled." Her voice was calm, cheerful, unmoved, and mentally he saluted her. She'd recovered from what was undoubtedly the first climax of her life, with resolute aplomb, and was ready to battle again. And he could no more walk away than he could stop breathing. He slid his hand over the sweet mound, letting his fingers dance against her clitoris, and she arched in reaction. She was hot and damp and ready for him, and he slid one long finger inside her, testing her. She was tight, very tight. Why wouldn't she be? It had been 2 years since she'd made love. He pulled out the one finger and pushed 2 inside, and she made a faint sound of discomfort, quickly swallowed. She didn't want him to know anything about her reactions, and he knew she would say nothing more. It was up to him to read her body. Fortunately, he was an expert at just that. He moved over her, and for a moment she tried to sit up, to push him away, and then she remembered and laid back, the perfect non-virgin sacrifice to the monster. He released himself, simply because it was getting too painful. He could smell the faint scent of her arousal, and he wanted to bury himself inside her, thrust until he reached his own satisfaction. He needn't bother with withdrawal or French letters or any form of protection. He could spend himself inside her endlessly. But if he took her now, he would most likely tear her, or at the very least bring her discomfort. He had to put off his own release for just a few minutes longer. He withdrew his fingers, putting his hands on her waist, pulling her down on the bed as he knelt between her legs, and he could see by her shallow breathing that she was frightened, no matter how much she wanted to hide it. St. John had really botched things to an extraordinary extent, but Lucian found he could be glad of it. There was something aphrodisiacal about making a frightened woman climax, and he slid his hands over her lovely hips, down her thighs, pulling them farther apart. And then he put his mouth on her. She made a noise then, a horrified, muffled protest that was then silenced as he cradled her hips and brought her closer to his hungry mouth. He let his tongue dart, learning her, teasing her clitoris, opening her with his mouth to taste her fully, his tongue thrusting inside her, and the dampness followed. Lovely waves of creamy desire, and he almost climaxed against the bedsheets as she writhed beneath him. He slid his fingers inside her again, more easily this time, as he tongued her, and he thrust her with his fingers, opening her for him, stretching her when she was too aroused to notice, too caught up in the sensations he was coaxing from her. Her climax surprised him, as she arched off the bed with a helpless cry, and he lifted up, seeing that she had her hand on her mouth to silence her sounds of pleasure, and he could wait no more. He wiped his mouth against his sleeve, placed his cock where his fingers had been, and pushed. She was wet enough, aroused enough, that he slid in fairly easily, but not as deep as he needed to go. He moved over her, and her eyes were filled with fear. "I'm not going to hurt you." He wondered why he was bothering to reassure her. "Your body will adjust itself to mine." She shook her head in distress, soundless, not believing him, and he could feel her tightening around him, trying to keep him out. But he'd reached his tipping point, and he could play no more erotic games with her. If he touched her again, she'd come once more, closing up against him. He kissed her, long and hard and deep, but her fear was too great, and he couldn't reach her that way. So he simply did the next best thing. He bit her, hard, on the soft flesh between her neck and shoulder, and the pain shocked her so much she forgot to keep her body stiff, and he slid in, sheathing himself fully in her clinging body, and she arched off the bed, making a muffled sound of distress and pleasure. He could have spilled at that very moment, but he fought back, holding himself very still, resting his forehead against hers as he tried to master his breathing. "Don't move," he whispered, afraid she was going to try to buck him off. Any movement, any ripple on her part, would start his climax, and he needed to hold off. He needed to bring her to completion. At that point he wasn't thinking too clearly, drugged by the scent and the taste and the feel of her, but leaving her without her experiencing the ultimate of pleasure would somehow compromise his revenge. He lay motionless on top of her, fully clothed, waiting for her panicked tightness to relax. It seemed to take an eternity, but slowly, her short, frightened gasps slowed. She took a deep breath, and he drew her legs up around his hips. "It will hurt less like this," he murmured in her ear, and she obeyed silently, letting his hands touch and place her, doing what he could to relieve the pressure of his heavy invasion. And then he could wait no more. He pulled her hands away from her mouth, holding them over her head, twining his fingers with hers, and began to move. Her first whimper of discomfort almost made him stop. Almost. He pulled part way out and thrust again, slowly, and her dampness covered them both, easing the way. So tight, so sweet. Had he said those words out loud, or simply thought them? It didn't matter. He was caught up in her skin, the perfume of her body, the soft dampness of her breath against the side of his face. He could feel every hitch in her breathing, the slight changes when he moved just right, his cock hitting the spot that seemed to make women mad, and she let out a satisfying cry when he did so. He would have loved to concentrate on it, but his own climax was fast approaching, and he was determined not to leave her behind. He whispered in her ear, unguarded sex words, and her warmed breasts pebbled against his chest, as she caught his rhythm, moving with him oh so sweetly. The sturdy old bed shook beneath them, and he released her hands, bracing himself against the mattress as he thrust into her, feeling her tightness, the waves of response, the sudden shock of a physical climax, and he let himself go, emptying himself into her, a rush of completion like nothing he'd ever felt before. His body went rigid in the shadows, his skin alive with 1,000 pinpricks, and he threw back his head and cried out. He kept his weight on his elbows, just barely, trying to catch his breath, as shudder after shudder danced through her body. It took him a moment before he could focus, and when he looked down into her face, he almost wished he hadn't. Her eyes were closed, and tears were pouring down her face. Great, silent tears, and he knew not if they were from the force of her release or something less flattering. Had he hurt her after all? He could barely catch his breath, and her own was fast and shallow, and he could see the pounding of a heart beneath her pale skin. He started to pull out of her, but her arms came up suddenly, twining around his neck and pulling him down against her. He quickly rolled onto his side with her, so as not to crush her beneath him, and his semi-erect cock was still inside her, as if they were unwilling to let go of each other. She buried her face against his shoulder, and he could feel the silent sobs rack her body. He pulled her closer still, wishing he'd had time to remove his clothes instead of taking her like one takes a doxy. His hand went up to her disordered plaits. One had come loose with a curtain of hair partly around them. He stroked her head gently as she hid her face against his shoulder. She was trying to hide from him, hide her tear-damp face, and he let her. He wanted to hide as well. He must have drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was light, and he was alone in her bed, still fully dressed, and there was no sign of her. He lay there and cursed beneath his breath. "Bloody hell," he said out loud, sitting up amidst the welter of covers, his disordered clothes around him. Had she tried to run? None of the servants should be under any misapprehension that this was a love match, or that their master was in any way a good man. But he couldn't very well have her floating face down in the lake. He cursed under his breath again, trying to shake off the damnable sense of languor. He wanted more. He'd slept deeply, wrapped around her, and he could still smell her on his skin, the sweet, erotic scent of her. She was probably somewhere in the house, crying. He fastened his breeches and made his way to his rooms, not particularly caring who saw him. He'd bedded his affianced wife. Out in the countryside they were more liberal about such things, believing in hand-fasting and all sorts of ridiculousness. She was going to get a wedding all right, though not the one she dreamed of, unless it was in her nightmares. For some reason he found he was in an utterly foul mood. He shouldn't be. While the sex had been straightforward and far more work than he was used to, it had been worth it in the end. It had been quite stimulating. Until he'd seen she was crying, and he'd ended up holding her until he'd fallen asleep. He wasn't quite sure what was fueling his nasty temper, so nasty that even his valet, who was quite used to him, retreated in offended silence. It was a shame he'd left Leopold back in London. Or perhaps not. His old servant had been deeply disapproving of the way he'd treated her, even though he'd said nothing. And Lucien wasn't interested in the opinions of servants, even those who knew him better than he knew himself. Indeed, things were moving along quite well. His plan had been relatively simple, and each step, though not without its problems, had been completed. He'd managed to win her trust, to abscond with her, and seduce her. All he had left to do was marry her and leave her prisoner in this draughty old place, and there was nothing her family could do about it. He strode down the dark, draughty halls in a rare temper. He'd been meaning to start back for London, but now he was going to have to waste time looking for Miranda, who was doubtless sobbing her heart out. Music came from the end of the hallway. Someone was playing the piano, rather badly, and he winced at a wrong note. Whoever was torturing the instrument continued unabated, and he changed direction, moving toward the music room and thrusting the doors open. His fiancée was sitting at the piano, dressed in a frock of rose pink. Her brown hair had been simply arranged around her face, and he could see the bite mark on her shoulder, and was instantly aroused. She looked up at him, and there wasn't a tear, not a shadow in her eye. She beamed at him. "That was absolutely lovely, darling," she said brightly. "When can we do it again?" He stood motionless, looking at her. Her color was high, making her look even prettier, and her mouth was slightly swollen from the pressure of his. But it was the bite mark on her neck that was most arousing, most disturbing. He couldn't believe he'd been so out of control that he'd done that. It was primal, animalistic, something he wasn't used to feeling. Except when he looked at her. He was half tempted to cross the room, lift her up onto the piano, shove up her skirts and take her there. But he didn't move, giving her a faint, cool smile that belied that turmoil inside him. The sheer, barely controlled lust that would doubtless terrify her. "I'm so glad you enjoyed it, my precious. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for an encore until I return from London." Her mouth pouted in disappointment, the look in her eyes less easy to read. "Must you go?" "I'm afraid so. I have a very special house party planned, and I must see to the arrangements." Her eyebrows rose. A house party? Here? Not this time. My friends don't mind the dust and decay. In fact, I rather think they enjoy it. But it's not my turn to play host. I simply promise to see that our main event takes place as ordered. Our wedding, my dear. She blinked. We're getting married at a house party? That's scarcely legal, is it? And who might the guests be, dearest? Jewel thieves? Among others. You'll find all sorts of guests at these house parties. From royal dupes to anarchists. In fact, I think you'll be quite entertained. As for legalities, we can always deal with that later. How entertaining, she said in an unaltered voice. And do we have a date on this momentous gathering? Friday next, my love. I'll be gone until then. I find you much too distracting, but in my absence you may do anything you please. This house is yours, and my finances are at your disposal. You'll have to entertain yourself as best you can without me. She rose, and he saw another mark at the side of her neck, from his mouth, not his teeth, and he wondered if he dared wait a few hours just so he might have her again. He wanted to see what other marks he had left on her pale, beautiful flesh. I will be devastated without you, my darling, but I expect I'll manage to contrive. There was his sweet Miranda, hiding the barb of sarcasm beneath her limpid smile. That was almost more arousing than the love marks, he thought absently. I'm sure you will. My factor is Robert Johnson. He'll see to whatever expenses you incur. I can be very expensive, my love, she purred. I imagine you can. I have a very great deal of money. He cocked his head, surveying her. Come and kiss your lover goodbye. It wasn't a suggestion, and she knew it. She moved across the floor with a perfect simulation of eagerness, standing before him with an overbright smile on her face. Do you want me to kiss you, my darling? She inquired limply. Or will you kiss me? But he was no longer interested in games. He simply pulled her against him, kissing her, putting his mouth on hers in raw, elemental demand, then realized with surprise that her arms had slid around his waist, holding on as she kissed him back. She probably hadn't meant to. There was a distressed expression in her eyes before she quickly shuttered it, and she took a step back the moment he released her. Goodbye, Lucien. Lucien. She was calling him by his name again. Or perhaps it had only been a slip. But how could you stay formal with a man when you'd had him pumping away between your legs? He could give her that same courtesy, that same trace of vulnerability. Goodbye, Miranda. I'm happy that you were pleased with my poor efforts last night. And he brushed a last kiss across her forehead, his lips feathering her pale, composed face. Poor efforts, Miranda thought, watching as the door closed behind him. If those were poor efforts, she wouldn't survive. He hadn't hurt her, at least not much, and she'd been braced for it. He was much bigger than Christopher had been, so big that she'd wondered if he was misshapen. She only had the two men to judge by, and she'd assumed that Christopher had been the norm. She went back to the piano and sat, gingerly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Why had she kissed him back? Did she really not want him to go? Her breasts tingled, and when she tightened her legs together, odd tremors rippled through her. What in God's name had he done to her? No, it wasn't in God's name. More like the devil's. He'd touched her in ways she hadn't imagined, put his mouth between her legs, and when he'd pushed inside her, she'd felt complete, as if she'd found her other half. She'd been naked. He'd still been fully clothed, except for his open breeches, and she hadn't seen him, hadn't been able to touch his skin. She was already suffused with a dangerous arousal. What would it be like when he did it again? When his clothes were off, and the candles were lit, and it wasn't such a new and shocking pleasure. She should be happy he was going away. It would give her time to regain her self-control, to understand what he'd done to her body. It gave him complete power over her, and she couldn't let that happen. Oh, bloody hell, of course she could, she thought, impatient with herself. If she ended up married to the man, she was duty-bound to be in his bed, and she'd be an idiot not to take any pleasure she could. Even if it left her weak, helpless, vulnerable, it was really too wonderful to deny. What had been foul with Christopher St. John was glorious with Lucien de Malheur, and she wanted more. Chapter 19. Miss Jane Paget stepped out into the early morning air. Jacobs, the randy coachman, was already mounted on the driver's box of the landaulet, his heavy greatcoat on, his hat pulled low, and he stayed put, waiting for the hostler from the inn to help them board the small carriage. At least it wasn't raining today, and it was warmer. If Jane were to be wildly optimistic, she might even say she could sense spring in the air. But she was too busy worrying about what her family, and even more importantly, Mr. Bothwell, were going to say when she reappeared. At least the redoubtable Mrs. Grudge would set their minds at ease once they saw her. With a friendly, proper companion like Mrs. Grudge, they would hardly suspect anything untoward. And in fact, there had been nothing untoward, at least as far as she was concerned. She'd simply gone for a journey with her dearest friend to see her married, even if that marriage hadn't, in fact, taken place as yet. Not that they needed to know that. And what was the harm in going on a journey with Miranda to keep her bridal nerves at bay? Even the censorious Mr. Bothwell couldn't have any objections. Could he? Of course, he probably knew perfectly well that if anyone needed her nerves soothed, it was Jane herself, not Miranda, who sailed through disaster with admirable calm. She could only hope her dear friend wasn't heading into disaster with the Earl of Rochdale. "You look tired, lass," Mrs. Grudge said comfortably. "Did you not sleep well last night?" "Not too well. Too long in the carriage, I think. I woke up at 2 and couldn't get back to sleep. I even went down and slept in front of the fire for a while." "They did?" Mrs. Grudge was looking disturbed at the notion. "And where was yon coachman? Last I saw Jacobs was in a chair by the fire himself. Happen he might have found companionship for the night?" Jane didn't know whether to defend him or not. Her companion was looking so disturbed that she thought it might be better not to mention their odd meeting. She'd only slept in the chair for an hour or two, returning to her lumpy bed before the inn came to life, and by the time she woke up, she realized how absurd her suspicions had been. Jacobs reminded her of the mysterious man who'd kissed her, and the reason was quite simple. They were both men who knew how to flatter and seduce women. She'd experienced the coachman's easy charm and recognized its familiarity. In truth, no one flattered and charmed her at the parties she attended, not even Mr. Bothwell, who had addressed her father before she even knew he was interested. Simon Paget was an enlightened man, and he told him it was up to his daughter, a fact Mr. Bothwell found distasteful, but not offensive enough to turn him away. And she'd said yes, though now she wasn't quite sure why. She was 23, and no one had shown the slightest bit of interest in her. When her father had inherited his cousin Montague's estate, there'd been little money left, though her mother had a comfortable amount from her first miserable marriage. Neither of them liked Mr. Bothwell very much, but Jane insisted she was in love, and they gave in after much arguing. She wanted a home of her own. She wanted children. She wanted a husband, and Mr. Bothwell was tall and handsome, if a bit severe. So she'd lied. It was astonishing what a few days away could do. Astonishing to have a man kiss her with real passion. Astonishing to have another man flirt with her. Granted, the second would have flirted with a tree stump if nothing else had been around, and the first was a criminal, but still. She looked down at the diamond ring on her finger. It really was astonishingly beautiful. Her mother had jewels that were as valuable, jewels to suit her glorious beauty. But there was something about this ring that she loved. Perhaps because it felt as if it were hers, which of course it wasn't. "You certain you want to take that ring off, Miss Jane?" Mrs. Grudge said, eyeing it with only a trace of covetousness. And who could blame her? Any woman would want a ring like this one. "Must be at least 2 carats. Mrs. Grudge would have been quite striking in her youth, and even in drab clothes she was still more than attractive. How she knew the weight of diamonds was beyond Jane's comprehension. But perhaps she'd had a misspent youth before she married the unfortunate Mr. Grudge. She wore no jewels of any kind, but Jane could almost imagine her dressed in something glorious, bedecked with rubies. And then she laughed. Her imagination was really going wild nowadays. She looked down at the ring. "I have my reasons." "Your fiancé must love you very much to give you a ring like that. I wouldn't toss him over without a good reason." That was the same thing Brandon had said. Why did people equate love with expensive jewels? If that were the case, then the stranger with the midnight kiss loved her very much indeed, and he didn't even know her name. And how did Mrs. Grudge know she was having second thoughts about Mr. Bothwell? Though it was a logical leap, if she was trying to remove an engagement ring, and Jane was hardly about to explain that the diamond came from someone else altogether. She folded her hands, hiding the diamond from her own sight and that of Mrs. Grudge. She would have to give it up sooner or later. And the truth was, she wouldn't need axle grease. It came off quite easily this morning when she was washing her hands, and she was going to have to do something about it before long. But not right now. Right now it was hers, a gift from a fantasy lover. She turned her attention back to Mrs. Grudge. "When do you think we'll reach London?" "I should think 1 more night on the road and happen we'll be there," she said in her comfortable voice. "We'll try and find you a better bed tonight. Jacobs has been keeping to back roads, but I'll tell him to find a place better suited to the gentry, where she wouldn't run across a handsome driver in the middle of the night. Oh, I like the smaller inns," she found herself saying. 1 more night of freedom. 1 more night before she had to face Mr. Bothwell and make up her mind when she thought she'd done that long ago. Well, she'd wanted adventure, and she'd gotten it. Midnight kisses, elopements, raffish carriage drivers with charming smiles, and it had thrown her safely ordered future in disarray. And she was glad of it. It was simply getting through the shifts in circumstance that were uncomfortable. "I'll tell Jacobs when we stop for lunch," Mrs. Grudge murmured, closing her eyes. "I had such a night myself, Miss Jane. Tossed and turned." A faint smile curved her full mouth. "Oh, then maybe we should push on ahead," Jane said, feeling guilty. The sooner she faced Mr. Bothwell, the sooner she could move on. She was being a coward. "Nah, there's no reason to hurry, Miss Jane. I like a bit of the countryside myself. Tomorrow we'll arrive early, all right and tight, with no harm to anyone. Does that suit you?" She should hurry home. She should get rid of the diamond ring. She should be a dutiful wife to Mr. Bothwell. And she would. Tomorrow. 1 more night, she promised herself. 1 more night to indulge the wild child who was trapped inside her ordinary body, and then she'd once more be what people expected her to be. 1 more night, Jacob thought. God knew what was going on in his thieves' ken. There were any number of people willing to take over at the first sign of weakness. He'd done the job at the Carrymores to make a point that he could do anything any one of them could do and do it better. He was a dead shot, wicked with a knife, and always ready with his fists, which he preferred. He didn't fancy killing people, though at times it was necessary. Some people just needed killing, and he wasn't a man to shy away from doing what had to be done. He just hoped that Marley hadn't decided it was time to make his move while the King of Thieves was out of town on what was the most ridiculous, trumped-up excuse he could imagine. Scorpion wasn't going to be happy with him taking over like this, but he should have known he could never resist Miss Jane. Besides, Scorpion wanted him to get the bloody ring back, and this was just as good a way as any, except that he didn't care about the damned ring, and neither did Scorpion. He just liked loose ends dealt with. He would hardly be surprised once he found Jacob had taken over. They knew each other too well. He didn't know if a man like Lucien de Malheur was capable of falling in love, but he was coming damned close with his unwilling bride. Jacob had known him for more than half his life, and he'd never seen him so wound up, so angry, so twisted. It must be love, he thought with a grin. Lucien wouldn't have his head for taking over the job, simply because he wanted his best friend in the same rotten condition. That was Scorpion, out to share the misery. What he'd failed to take into account was that Jacob loved easily. He loved them and left them, making the entire process much less onerous. He wasn't about to love and leave Miss Jane Paget. He wasn't about to love her in the first place. There was trouble in a tall, sweet package, and he was smart enough to avoid it in the first place. His taking over as driver was simply a way of proving to himself and to Scorpion that he wasn't going to weaken. That kiss had been irresistible, but he wouldn't do it again. If he could manage it, he wouldn't even talk to her again. She looked at him out of her sweet brown eyes, and he fancied she could see right through him. Which, of course, is exactly what her type would do. Look right through their inferiors, not even noticing they were human. Except she'd been concerned about him riding in the rain. She hadn't wanted to take his chair by the fire. Foolish girl. She'd even suggested they sit side by side. Lord, he could get under her skirts in no time flat. She was that innocent and trusting. He liked his women wise and experienced. What did he need with a chit who trusted everyone and had a mouth that tasted like magic? One more night at some small out-of-the-way inn. He'd survived just fine. The army of maidservants arrived the next day, and Miranda set them all to work, Mrs. Humber and Bridget included. She herself tied a scarf around her head, rolled up her sleeves, and donned an apron. She could dust as well as the next one, and she wanted to make certain the place was clean to her specifications, which were exacting after so many years of neglect. It took 5 days to get everything swept and scrubbed and dusted. Each night Miranda would fall into bed, too tired to ring for a bath, too soft-hearted to make her already overworked servants lug the water for her. On the 5th day, when everything was finely clean and smelling of lemon oil, she twirled around the large front hall with its walls of medieval weapons, laughing. Mrs. Humber observed her with a grim expression on her face. She'd taken the flurry of cleaning badly, but after 1 or 2 weak attempts at intimidation, she gave in, following Miranda's orders with an ill grace. "He won't even notice. We've done all this work for nothing." "I notice," Miranda said in a tranquil voice. "The next thing we need are painters." "Painters, my lady? You'll be wanting your portrait done?" Her tone suggested that was a waste of time. "No, to paint Lord Rochdale's bedroom. It's much too dark and dingy in there. I'm surprised he can see his way at all. We'll need new curtains as well. Where's the nearest mercer? The master prefers his bedroom dark. The master prefers his life dark. That was before he made the mistake of proposing to me, she said in the sweet voice she usually reserved for Lucian. Calling it a proposal was stretching the truth just a tiny bit, but life with Mrs. Humber was an ongoing struggle, and she needed to keep her in line. I hope to have everything finished by the time he returns, so clearly we must waste no time. Mrs. Humber stared at her. It would be a very great mistake to interfere with the master's rooms. I told you we shouldn't even be cleaning it. He's giving strict orders that we weren't to go in there without his express permission. Well, we did, and we didn't find anything the slightest bit interesting or romantic. I was expecting the bodies of 7 brides, but there was nary a one to be seen. Find me painters, and have them here in the morning, Mrs. Humber. Her voice left no room for argument. And what colour would you be wanting to paint his rooms, my lady? Miranda considered it for a long moment, and then a smile lit her face. Pink. Jacob leaned against the railing, drinking his mug of ale, thinking about the woman he couldn't see. The inn, a small but clean establishment with a motherly landlady and a jocular master of the house, had a private room for the gentry, one with a closed door so he couldn't get a glimpse of her. Which was a good thing. He'd been too long without a woman, since the night of the Carrymores' ball, in fact, and he wasn't a man made for celibacy. He should have taken the barmaid up on her offer last night. That would have settled things. But he'd been a right idiot and said no, and here he was, needy, with the only tapmaid some 40 years old and bearing a moustache. No, he wouldn't be enjoying anything but his own hand tonight, more's the pity. Long Molly would be more than happy to take care of his needs, but they'd been lovers a long time ago, and the friendship they had now was too important to risk on a casual tap. Besides, if truth be told, he didn't want Long Molly or the buxom maid at the last tavern. He didn't want Lady Blanche Carlyle, whom he'd been bedding on a regular basis when her husband was out of town, and he didn't want Gracie, who ran Beggar's Ken, with an iron fist and a lovely smile. Everyone wanted Gracie, and she was right generous with her favours, but she was partial to him, and he enjoyed that partiality. And he hadn't touched either of them in more than a week. Bloody hell, a woman was a woman, at least when it came to sex. He could have taken either of them, and if he was longing for someone else, he could close his eyes and pretend he was smelling violets. He pushed away from the bar, the beer sloshing a little bit. He'd had too much to drink, and he knew it. They would be in London by noon tomorrow, thank God, and he'd never have to see Miss Jane Paget again. She'd marry her worthy fiancé, have babies and a good life, and he'd continue to raise hell. He could pretend to be drunk, stumble into a private dining room, and maybe she'd invite him in, talk to him in that soft, charming voice that he sometimes dreamed about. He could head out to the stables and forget all about Miss Jane Paget. She'd know better than to come traipsing down in a nightgown in the middle of the night this time. She would come across Jacobs, the womanizing groom, and there was no telling what might happen. The truth was, he didn't want to return to London. He was sick of the city, the smell and the smoke, the noise. He'd been a travelling man since he first ran away from his master, who'd beat him when he grew too big to climb up the chimneys. He wished he knew where that mangy old bastard was. He'd gotten right big, well over 6 feet, and it would give him a great deal of pleasure to loom over the old man and show him what it was like to be stuffed up a chimney. Ah, but he'd let that go. Still, he was longing for sunshine and warm air, for different lands and words and choices. That was one reason he hadn't put up an argument when Long Molly told him they were to spend another night on the road. He was in no hurry to return to London. He could happily drive this landaulette anywhere Miss Paget with the sweet brown eyes and the wonderful mouth told him to. He prided himself on being a practical man, a pragmatic one. He'd had that damnable romantic streak beaten out of him when he was young, for all that Scorpion liked to tease him. There was just something about her eyes. He drained his ale, setting the mug down with a snap. As always, he was the last man standing, alone in the taproom. She would have gone to bed by now, wouldn't she? He could make a little bargain with himself. He'd go check on the private dining room. She was more than likely gone, in which case he'd go on out to his bed in the stables, with no one the worse for wear. If she was there, he'd stay and talk with her, flirt with her just a little bit. It was up to the fates. The private dining room was up a few steps, and he stumbled, cursing. He was old enough to know better, he told himself, and reached for the cast-iron door latch. The room was empty, the fire banked down to coals. It was a clear night, and the moon shone in brightly, illuminating the empty parlour. He closed the door and leaned against it, telling himself it was relief that he felt and nothing more. And then he saw the stairs. It was a very small inn. There was only one bedroom for the quality. Their servants, including Long Molly, were housed around back of the kitchens. He'd known that when he'd stopped for the night, hoping that the place would already be bespoken, and they could push on for the night, relieving him of temptation that much sooner. But that had worked against him. The place was deserted, except for the landlord, his good wife, and the barmaid, and now all were abed. Everyone but the wicked, randy king of thieves masquerading as a coachman in search of— He didn't want to think about what he was in search of. In truth, his brain was too foggy to clarify exactly what he wanted, though his lower half was leaving him in no doubt. And he headed for the stairs. Would she be asleep? Would her door be locked? Any sensible woman would lock her door in a public house, but he wasn't convinced of Jane's sense. She'd let him kiss her, hadn't she? She'd invited him to join her by the fire. She hadn't a whole lot of sense when it came to protecting herself from wolves like him. Though those were two different men she'd invited, he reminded himself. Perhaps he was completely wrong about the girl. Beneath her startled eyes and soft mouth was the heart of a wanton who took whatever was offered. No, she hadn't known how to kiss, and he could tell by the racing of her heart and the trembling of her body that she would have kissed him back quite hungrily had she known how. As it was, her attempts had only whetted his appetite. No, she was an innocent, all right and tight. Most likely very tight, he thought dreamily. The women he topped had had so many men that if he weren't a good-sized man, he might have fallen out. Ah, but virgins were the very devil. He'd had his share of them, going through scores of them when he first discovered sex, and they'd discovered things together. As he grew more experienced, he avoided them. They cried, they hurt, they didn't know where to put their legs or their hands. They especially didn't know where to put their mouths. They believed your lies, and they wanted to be held when all was said and done. He looked at the staircase. There was a window on the landing, and the moon illuminated the way. Clearly that was a sign. He started up the stairs, thinking about what lay ahead of him. If the door was locked, would he force it? Would he knock? And if she said go away, would he? If she screamed, would he put his hand over her mouth until she liked it? Just how big a bastard was he? He reached the top landing. Her door was there, the only door, and he contemplated it. What if he opened the door, and she smiled and bade him come in? What if she was frightened? He stood very still. Tomorrow she'd be out of his life for good. Tonight was his last chance, and he had to be hog-whimpering drunk to even risk coming up these stairs. He was at her door, and he leaned his forehead against the warm wood, closing his eyes. He thought he could smell the faintest trace of violets through the door, but that had to be his imagination. The imagination that had become his worst enemy. He whispered her name, so softly it could be the sound of the wind through the fresh leaves outside the moon-shadowed window. And then he laughed soundlessly at what an idiot he was being. Moon-mad indeed. He pushed back from the door. The first thing he was doing after he dropped her off at her family home was head straight back to Beggar's Ken, grab Grace by the hand and take her up against the nearest hard surface. And then he'd find Lady Blanche and do the same, and then he'd see if he could get the two of them together. Right now, he felt as if he could take on 6 hungry women at once. He was so fucking randy. He turned, silent, letting out his pent-up breath, not sure if it was relief or regret. And he started back down the stairs. Jane lay in her bed, breathless and unmoving. She heard the footsteps, slow and faintly unsteady, coming up her stairs, and she knew who it was. He'd been drinking a fair amount, Mrs. Grudge had said with a cluck of disapproval, excusing herself early to see to him. So Jane had eaten her dinner in solitary splendor, waiting to see if anyone would come by. She'd even opened the door, just a crack, and waited, long into the evening. But there was no noise from the tap-room beyond, but the muffled sound of a few voices, and then, eventually, silence. So she'd closed the door again, and headed upstairs for her usual struggle with her gown and undergarments. Never in her life had she been without her maid, and she appreciated her absent servant's efforts more than ever. Speaking of which, what did her maid Hester and Miranda's Abigail make of their mistress's sudden disappearance? She hadn't even stopped to think of that. She'd find out soon enough. Tomorrow, in fact. Tomorrow, when she'd be back in her old life, and Jacobs the womanizer would be long gone, ensuring her safety. Safety. If she let Jacob seduce her, she thought with a snort of amusement, at least he'd know how to get her blasted clothes off without much effort. Or maybe he'd simply push her down on the bed and pull up her skirts. She could certainly manage her drawers on her own. It was the rows of tiny buttons at her sleeves and her back and the corset ties that annoyed her. But in the end, she managed. No need for a lover after all, she thought wearily. She'd be so happy to get into fresh clothes again, back to her own bed, the comfort of her maid and her family, her future mapped out in front of her. She heard him in the room beneath her, and she muttered a polite curse under her breath. If she'd just stayed down there a little bit longer, she could have seen him, talked to him. Harmless enough, though she wasn't quite certain why she wanted to do that. Anyway, it would have been a great deal longer. She'd been in bed for hours, tossing and turning. She'd even slept for a bit, then woken again from a strange dream in which her mysterious jewel thief had kissed her once again, picked her up in his arms and carried her into the light, and she'd looked up into his handsome face and seen Jacob's. Ridiculous. If a man was clever enough and well-spoken enough to be a jewel thief, then he'd hardly be driving a carriage to dispose of an unwanted female. For that's what she felt like. Unwanted, awkward, in the way. Not that her parents ever made her feel that way. They loved her dearly, and her older brother doted on her as well. But she knew the way her parents looked at each other, the deep passion that still ran between them, the kind of passion that wasn't to be her fate. And she knew she needed to let them be on their own. When she heard the booted footstep on the first stair, her heart slammed to a stop, and started again on the second step. There was nothing up here but her bedroom, no one up here but her. Lying in bed in the nightgown Mrs. Grudge had brought her, along with a few other necessities. And she heard another step, and she sat up, her hand to her throat. She hadn't locked her door. There'd been a key all right and handy, and she hadn't used it. Hadn't she heard tales of robbers who came upon lonely inns and slaughtered the guests asleep in their beds? But she knew those footsteps. It could only be Jacob's. Though why in the world would she suppose the handsome coachman would have an eye for someone like her? He was far beneath her in every way, she reminded herself. One didn't speak to servants. One didn't even look at them. Though in truth, her parents were far more casual than that, and treated the vast number of servants who kept Montague House going with kindness and respect. And the Rohans as well weren't particularly starchy. Not that anyone would consider hopping into bed with a coachman, no matter how handsome he was. It simply wasn't done. Not that a betrothed, virginal young lady should consider hopping into bed with anybody but her husband, and only that well after the marriage ceremony. It was too bad she couldn't view the inevitable ceremonial deflowering with the excitement that was rising with each of his footsteps on the narrow, twisty stairs. He reached the top, and she let out a squeak of excitement and dismay, one she quickly smothered as she clapped both hands over her mouth. It took but another step or two to reach her door, and she waited, holding her breath, for the door handle to move. She heard a soft thump, and she considered calling out. Good sense kept her silent. The door handle remained still. He would knock, so as not to scare her. He wouldn't want to frighten her, after all, particularly since, if he didn't know she was hoping, expecting him to follow her up those stairs, and she'd be likely to scream the house down at the first sign of an intruder. She wouldn't scream. She closed her eyes, and she could feel him on the other side of the door, and she waited, breathless, until she heard him turn around and start back down the stairs again, leaving her alone in her virginal bed, safe and sound, and weeping. Chapter 20. The sun came out on the 6th day Miranda was at Palfrey House, and for a moment she simply stared at the window in shock. The bright beams turned the lingering raindrops on the windows into diamonds, and it was suddenly warm. She would have dressed in her old pelisse, but Lucian had given word, high-handed creature that he was, that all her clothes were to be burned, as if she were a victim of the plague, so she had no choice but to take the fur-trimmed one and the thoroughly enchanting bonnet that went with it. She'd been circumspect with her bonnet since the incident, when before she'd indulged in the most outrageous confections. This was much more to her style than the subdued hat she'd grown accustomed to, and she set it atop her head with real pleasure, which was nothing compared to what she felt when she stepped out onto the front portico and looked around her. The air was warm, too warm for the pelisse, and she unfastened it, draping it over her arm. The ground was still wet beneath her feet, but as she walked past the tangled growth that surrounded the old house and got her first glimpse of blue, blue sky, she suddenly felt as if she could breathe again. There was a broad expanse of overgrown lawn in front of the house, with the driveway twining around it, and beyond, to her astonishment, was the vast stillness of a lake, quiet and empty, with mountains looming behind it. After all, it was the Lake District, was it not? But Lucian seemed to have his own private body of water. Of course he would. He had more money than God, he told her, blasphemous as always. The field leading down to it was a mass of yellow, thousands upon thousands of daffodils, their familiar scent of perfume in the air. Everything sparkled from the brightness of the sun, and when she looked back at Palfrey House, she realized it was even larger than she'd thought. She was pleased to see the roof looked in decent shape, as did the windows, and as for the wretched condition of the front of the house, it was nothing a small army of gardeners couldn't whip into shape in no time. Mrs. Humber would scream, she thought placidly. She'd fought hiring the maids, insisting there was no one available, until she discovered that Miranda planned to make her do the hard work alone. 11 strong and healthy young women were immediately produced. She looked at the house. Her house. She could be happy here, which would drive Lucian mad. She would be happy if he were there to joust with, to sleep with. At the oddest moments she would remember those moments in her bed, and her body would react in the strangest ways, tightening, blossoming. If he stayed away, it would be even better. Sleeping with him upset her. It threw her mind into disarray. It made her want to laugh and cry and dance and scream. It was disturbing, and she preferred calm. She didn't want to long for his kiss, his touch, his mouth on her body. The very thought made her start to tremble again, and she pushed it out of her mind. There must be a rose garden somewhere. She would put some of her energies into that. She walked down to the lake. An easy hike, with the overhead sun bright above her. The water was clear and cold to the touch, and there was an old dock leading far out into the lake. She dropped her pelisse onto a large stone and headed for it. She could hear the cry of the birds overhead, wheatear and mountain blackbirds and ravens, as they wheeled and darted, and she smiled up at them, before she began to climb up onto the dock. It was slippery from being in the water so long, and there was no railing, but she couldn't see the contours of the lake from the shore, and from her vantage point there wasn't even a farm in sight. She wanted to see how far the lake extended, and whether there were any neighbors, just in case she had the need for a midnight escape. She started down the wooden dock, showing a reasonable amount of care, when the voice she dreaded most, longed for most, broke her concentration. "What the bloody hell are you doing?" he shouted, startling her so that she whipped around and promptly slipped on the slimy wood decking. She went down on one knee, catching herself before she tumbled into the icy cold waters, and then she brought her other knee down, staying there, motionless, trying